Ready.
Let's do it. How about reading into the record?
Okay, I can do that. Notice of the August 14th, 2019 meeting of the Real Estate Commission, including date, time, and location, has been noticed on the Tennessee Real Estate Commission website since September 18th, 2018. Additionally, this month's agenda has been posted on the website since Friday, August 9th, 2019.
Thank you. Now if you'll call the roll.
Okay. Commissioner Jeff Diaz,
Here.
Commissioner Rick Douglas,
Here.
Commissioner Marcia Franks,
Here.
Commissioner Diane Hills,
Here.
Commissioner John Moffitt,
Here.
Commissioner Fontaine Taylor,
Here.
Commissioner Bobby Wood,
Here.
Chairman John Grease.
Here.
Okay, you've got a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. At this point, I would like to ask Commissioner Douglas to lead us in an invocation, and following that invocation, if you all stand, he'll lead us in the pledge to the flag. Mr. Douglas.
Father, we come to you, Lord, truly not just because it's part of the agenda, but really calling upon you, Lord, to give us discernment and wisdom as we make critical decisions that impact our community and in this business. And Lord, we ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, next up is to approve the agenda. Commissioners, you were sent the agenda. Are there any additions or deletions, topics you'd like to discuss? Ms. Taylor.
I'd like to make two additions.
Okay.
It's time for us to vote on the chair and vice chair, so I would like to put that on the
Okay,
agenda.
you can put that under commission discussion.
Right.
Okay.
And then talk about the Bill Toon Award.
Put that. Let's do that right now. You want to?
That's fine.
So the Bill Toon Award is a prestigious award that goes to certain members of the real estate community, and not very often to people who don't have a real estate license, for exemplary educational leadership. And Ms. Taylor, you have a nominee?
I do. I would like to nominate Austin McMillan.
Ms. Taylor nominates Attorney Austin McMullen, and that was properly seconded by Ms. Taylor. Mr. McMullen was a valuable member of this commission for years and years and years. As long as he could possibly serve, he was here participating and guiding us. And, there may be further discussion on this, or we might just go ahead and...
He also has become a very fine instructor. He's taught several classes and does an excellent job, and he will be sorely missed from this commission, as he was an attorney, and so it was always good to have an extra attorney on board. So we will miss him dearly.
There's no pressure, John Moffitt, but you're replacing you're replacing Austin. You'll have to work hard to get there, but I suspect you'll be able to. We're looking forward to working with you as well. All right, other additions or deletions, Mr. Wood.
I would say Austin. I mean, he was, I guess, what you'd characterize. He's a true public servant. I mean, he didn't do this for the money. Obviously, we know that, but he did that because he wanted to help and give back. And I would take, I guess, have a different feeling on it. And Marcia says it's always great to have an extra attorney, and I don't think that, but in Austin's effect, it sure was, because he sure did do a lot of heavy lifting for us when we did stuff here. So,
absolutely. Other discussion on the Bill Toon Award, Mr. Douglas?
One of my best memories of Austin is when I showed up here for a commission meeting and the hotel didn't have a reservation for me. I drove all the way from Memphis, and I had a stomach virus, and he let me come and stay at his house and risk spreading the virus to the rest of his family. But just a great guy. I'm really, really going to miss Austin, man. He brought a lot of knowledge, a lot of I think analytical, critical thinking to this commission that's going to be missed.
I noticed every time when he talked to somebody that we were interviewing, maybe in a case, the first thing he did was butter him up by going, "Good morning, Miss Smith," like he was, and then he'd nail him just like that.
That's a good attorney. I also would like to ask too. Austin and I were supposed to go on the Hill on August 21st to testify, and so I'm wondering, is he still going, or is someone taking his place? Or
I don't
what?
think
We're
he,
talking.
yeah, I think we're talking about that and deciding
Okay.
whether,
Okay.
All right, let's vote on the motion. The motion is to award the built-in award to Austin McMullen. If you're in favor of that motion, vote aye. Aye. If you're opposed, vote no. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Taylor, for bringing that up. All right,
Move to approve the agenda as amended.
the motion on the floor, if it'll be seconded.
Second.
It is. And if it passes, it will be to approve the agenda as modified. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Next up is to approve last month's minutes. You also provided a copy of those. Any corrections or additions?
I had two things.
Okay.
One, if we'll remember, Chairman Grease was not here at the first of the meeting, and so I think I was the one who called the meeting to order. And then also, it said that Denard was present, and he was not.
We don't want to give him
So,
credit for
so
showing
we just
up.
want
when he
to
didn't.
amend that. Well, it shows we had one less attorney, and that maybe it would be a good reason for any mistake we made.
All right, anybody want to object to those suggested changes? I hope not. Any other corrections or additions?
Motion to approve the minutes as amended.
All right, the motion on the floor by Mr. Diaz, seconded by Ms. Hills, will approve the minutes, the July minutes as corrected, as amended. Thank you. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. All right, we're next up. Topic on informal appearances. Let me just do a quick roll call. Is Richard Nash here? All right. Is Jeremy Bennett here? Clinton Douglas? Christian Gregory? All right. So we're going to take him in the order I just read off. And procedurally, this is how we'll work. When we call your name, if you will come up with your broker, Ms. Matlock, our law director, will swear you in, at which point Ms. Maxwell will give us a short history or reason why you're here. When she's done with that, the prospective licensee will get to tell us his story. Tell us as much as you want us to know about what happened, what you've been doing since then, anything you want us to know. And when you're finished, commissioners then will have an opportunity to ask you questions. When that's done, we'll turn to the principal broker and ask the principal broker, why is it that you want to have this person associated with your firm? And that's your opportunity to tell us what you know good about this person that causes you to think you want to have him and be responsible for his activities. I think that's pretty much, and then after we hear from both of you, somebody up here will make a motion to either let you proceed, get your license, or recommend you don't get your license. And a majority vote will determine how that goes. All right, at this point, Richard Nash, if you'll come forward, bring your broker with you, come to these two chairs right over here. All right, Ms. Maxwell. By the way, it's a pleasure to see you as well.
oh, thank you.
If only you'd brought that little baby with you.
I don't think we'd have as productive of a meeting if she was here. Before you have applicant Richard Nash and his principal broker. Are you Phyllis? Okay.
I'm sorry, what is your name?
Phyllis. Yes.
Phyllis System, okay.
His principal broker has been a broker since November 2006, and she is with Blue Green Corporation. A summary of the discipline is felony possession of cocaine in 2016. Mr. Nash's statement and letters of recommendation can be found on your iPad.
All right, Mr. Nash, you're first up today, so you've got the floor to give us as much or as little detail as you want to about what happened and what you've been doing, what you'd like to do. You need to speak into that microphone. We have hard-hearing people up here.
When I was younger, I was going on a road trip with multiple friends, and we got pulled over, and there was a substance found in the car. Nobody claimed it, so everybody got arrested for it. They sentenced me to 5 years probation. Since then, I got on probation for 5 years, completed that in 2, and they took my license away for 5 as well. I got my license back. Since then, I've started a business. I've renovated my home. I now have 2 children, and that's all I have time for anymore. It's just my wife and kids, and work. And that's just the plans. I've realized the mistakes I've made in my life and trying to make them not haunt my future.
All right, Commissioners, questions for Mr. Nash. Ms. Hills.
So, when did you get off probation?
It was July 13th, 2018.
Law, can you, so it's not been 2 years since he's off probation, according to his testimony.
Right. I understand. That is something that we'll probably be discussing at the September meeting. That rule is going to need to be revised based upon the Fresh Start Act. As it stands here, the Fresh Start Act does not have provisions for probation, so that is why Mr. Nash is here before you at this time.
Is it your opinion that this commission, if it chooses to, can allow him to get his license,
Yes.
even though we're outside the current rule?
Yes.
So what we're saying is he's still on probation. If
No,
he was
he is
convicted
not.
in 2016,
He's
has to be
no
off
longer on
too.
probation, but the rule as written says that you must be 2 years past probation. But based upon the passage of that new statute, we're going to need to make some revisions.
but the question is this, I'll ask you, was your conviction in 2016? And so you got 5 years probation? So you're still on probation?
I'm not. I've been off for a little over a year now.
So if it was 2016 and this is 2019, how does that math work?
His probation was reduced.
Okay? To what?
After the order.
I got put off probation a year ago. I was only on it for 2 years, even though I was given 5 due to my good work. And they kept up with me a couple times a week, every week for so many years. And because I did so well and changed my life around, I got an early release from the judge.
Okay.
So the other things that were 5 years didn't pertain, or that was the only thing that reduced? Because there were a lot of 5-year.
It was 5 years for probation, and 5 years he took my driver's license. And the judge reviewed me, and I got granted my driver's license back, and I got granted out for probation, and that was on July 13th of 2018.
And this took place where? Where did the crime take place?
Up in Wapakoneta, Ohio, Auglaize County.
And you were living in Sevierville at the time?
Yes.
So you were just visiting up there?
And friends were going on a road trip to see family.
Okay. I noticed in your statement that you were hired by Blue Green Corp May 20th of this year. Could you give me your job description, what you've been doing there?
Sales representative.
And as a sales rep, what do you do? Let him answer, please.
We take guests and escort them around the property and show them what timeshare is.
Okay, so you show them the property, and then what do you do with them if they're interested?
We sit down and show them the paperwork. First there's a wall tour of show them like what the property looks like. Then there's a brief model, and then we sit down and then have a manager come over and sit and discuss the property and the price and if they'd like to further purchase the properties.
So do you have them sign any paperwork? You yourself?
I'm not quite sure, honestly.
Well, when you show someone and you bring them in and you talk to them about the property, do you have them sign any documents or any paperwork yourself?
That part of the job, I technically wasn't allowed to do yet. I was all training for it, and I needed my license to further do that job, and I haven't. So I've passed my test, and I haven't got my license yet. So that's what I would be doing. But until then, I was sitting in podiums where somebody who has their license speaks about the properties at the first 90 minutes of the sales presentation. And then my job would be to take the guest after that man has done his job and then show him the properties. But that part of the job I haven't done yet because I wasn't accredited my license.
Good answer.
Ms. Taylor?
I would like, you were called, I really couldn't hear you when you were talking. You were in a car with people using cocaine, or you were using cocaine?
Honestly, we all were. I was just young, just hanging out with friends, and once I've seen the troubles that really led to my life and all the problems that really caused, and that's why I went through the probation and, just changed my life around. Soon after that, I had children, and I don't even have time for friends anymore, I learned my lessons.
Well, cocaine to me, is a real issue, because that's not something you pick up and do usually one time and put down. Have you been to any kind of rehab or done anything for that?
No, the probation was pretty, how do I word this? It was a very intense probation. It was super monitored, and throughout that they have counselors that talk to you. It's not technically a rehabilitation center, but they do go through that with you and the steps that took of what made you make those choices and how to not do them again and stuff like that, but it wasn't actually a rehab.
You were required to still have tests for that?
No, not since I've completed. I completed the program. Not since then, no.
Concrete work. I think I remember something about doing. Have you done concrete work or?
Yes, we finished concrete.
Okay, so you still have that business, or still work in that business?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and who owns the company?
Me and my brother-in-law, and we've owned it for the last year.
Okay, last year. Okay.
And is that a license? Do you have to have a license for a concrete business?
You have a business license?
And do you have a contractor's license?
No, it's just a small business license. We're not opening an LLC yet until we start doing commercial jobs. Right now, we're just doing residential, just driveways, sidewalks.
Oh, a contractor's license is not required to do that construction? So what form is your company if it's not an LLC?
It's just a small business license.
No, but do you file taxes on that company?
Yes.
So is it an incorporated company?
I don't believe so.
Else, commissioners? Mr. Wood?
Mr. Nash, you've mentioned a couple times, that this occurred when you were young. Are you're 26 now? Okay. I consider that young. I have T-shirts older than you. Okay. And that's a concern of mine, that it was just 3 years ago when this occurred. But I do want to say this: in the 4 years I've been on the commission, we've always had people, and sometimes somebody would get in trouble because something occurred in the car. You're the first person to ever say that you were doing it too. We've always had people, they got caught for shoplifting. Somebody in their group was shoplifting. It was never them. So I guess I commend you for that amount of honesty. But that was all I had. That's just my concern right now, that this has been a short period of time from when this occurred. But
Other questions for Mr. Nash? Yes, sir. Pull that.
Do you still hang around some of the people that you were with?
No, I've had 2 children since then, and that's all I have time for anymore. That's the only thing that's really important to me.
All right, Ms. Sissom, what do you know about this guy, and why do you want him?
Well, of course, Blue Green, we do drug testing, so he did pass the drug testing. He has shown up, and then when I met him up on application, and we go through an extensive training period, and he has shown up every day, doing training, just wanting to get his license so he can get out there and sell. And I really commend him for that, because he shows up every day. And
so there are various licenses associated with timeshare. Could you tell me what those are?
well, if you have he would be applying for a timeshare license, and you can have a broker license. If you have a broker license or an affiliate broker license, you can sell timeshare. But if you have a timeshare license, you can't go out and sell residential property.
Like an acquisition agent. That's not what you have in mind for this guy.
Kinda like an acquisition, but it's timeshare. It's a timeshare license.
Would an acquisition agent be down on the streets of Gatlinburg or
That's where
Pigeon
the
Forge?
your OPCs. We don't have an OPC program at Blue Green.
Okay. I have another timeshare question for you after we vote, so don't get up and run, okay?
Okay.
Other questions for Ms. Sissom? If not, is there a motion?
Well, let me ask another
Yes.
question. So what different could Mr. Nash do if he gets this license that he's not doing right now?
He can actually take a guess, and he can actually take a guess and show them the property like one-on-one. Because right now he's just sitting with other licensed reps, just learning how it works. He's just kind of been in a long training period. Normally our training is 1 week, but he's been there for about a month.
But I thought he just testified that he was showing people the properties.
But that's what he go ahead. That's what he said that he. That's what he was. That's how the program works. He was telling you how it works. I don't think he understood the question, but
Shadowing somebody else?
yes.
I was explaining what I would be doing for that.
All right, Commission, we're looking for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Diaz, seconded by Mr. Douglas, that this gentleman, Richard Nash, be allowed to proceed to get his timeshare license. Discussion on the motion. If you're in favor of that motion, you want to talk?
I just, maybe the Fresh Start Act. So would this qualify in that? Does it hit all the marks for the Fresh Start Act?
So, are you asking if you were?
If we were to approve, based on this, is this?
If you were to prove, yes, it would be fine. If you were to deny an individual, you have to go through the Fresh Start Act analysis.
Talking that microphone.
Okay,
you
yes,
can.
sir. I was going to say, if I'll be watching him like a hawk, and if anything happens, you can guarantee that the Real Estate Commission will be the first to know.
But we don't need to know about it. You just need to send the license back, right? I mean,
Well, he's wanting it, but I'm just saying, he will be
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. If I
supervised
can-
and watched.
Just one more question, Ms. Phils. Does Blue Green do routine drug testing after the initial? No. So he passed that one drug test, and as far as Blue Green is concerned, that's the last one. Okay.
Let's say if he gets, let's say if something happens to him, I'm sure they would drug test him, like say if he got injured on the job, if he had to go to the hospital or something, they would, of course, do.
So routine, annual, okay.
My concern is that we have always turned down people when they when it's been this close to the conviction. 3 years is not a lot of time, and I applaud him for turning his life around, but we have never approved anybody before this close to the conviction date. So I'm in a little quandary about that because we all try to be fair to everybody, and I know there's different circumstances for each thing. And there may be some changes on the Fresh Start Act going forward, but we're here today.
The only thing I'll note is we have been bringing. This isn't the first informal appearance that hasn't been quite past the 2-year probation since the Fresh Start Act. Since that was enacted last July, we have been because the attorneys with the department have reviewed the Fresh Start Act and reviewed what our rule says, and have determined that at this time the Fresh Start Act essentially trumps what our rule says. So we have been bringing people that aren't quite the 2 years past the probation. And that's
But I'm just saying,
since
I
the
don't
Fresh
recall
Start Act. Yeah.
We have-
approving someone.
We have brought individuals before, and we have approved individuals before since then.
Didn't we have to go through
including
that?
individuals that have been on probation.
Didn't we have to go through that fresh start questionnaire or analysis?
That's if we
You
deny.
only
That's
have
if
to
you
That's when we
deny.
That's when
denied it.
denied,
That's why we remember it, because we have denied people.
I got it.
And you used to have to read us that act
Yeah.
for us to be able to go.
We've had that
ahead.
read to us several times.
It's read whenever we deny an
Right.
individual,
Well,
not
let's see how this
So we
vote
have
goes.
denied people.
Let's see how the vote goes.
Wouldn't it be better if he came back next month after we finish this?
Well, we can't change a rule
Can't
on
do
the
that,
dime.
okay.
It takes
No,
a while.
it's up
So-
to him.
I will say that the reason that this was brought here is because we have certain rules that are in effect, but this has been before the commission prior to this. We've seen several individuals that have been in this situation. I think that one of the issues that we have with the Fresh Start Act is if you deny someone, there are certain appeal rights that an individual has in Chancery Court. And if you were to deny someone based on probation, which the Act does not cover at all, I think we would have issues there. So I believe that anyone at this time should come before the Commission for certain to be considered. So it is still up to you to make a determination whether you approve or deny an individual. But at this time, we have been and will continue to bring individuals in that are still 2 years that are even within that 2-year time frame.
Did I hear you say that the act doesn't deal with probation at all? Is that what you said?
The Fresh Start Act is specifically for criminal convictions. So it is dealing with convictions. So Mr. Nash, as well as the other individuals that come before the commission, have been convicted of a crime. The Fresh Start Act does not include probation or any of in that spirit. So the spirit of the law and what is written is to give individuals that have been convicted of a criminal offense the opportunity to be able to be licensed and not allow that criminal conviction to necessarily be a stopping point for them.
But at the end of the day, you should vote what you think.
My question goes to consistency as to how we have voted in the past. That was my concern.
In the past, we have not.
Yes, we have, because you've
Not-
read it to us.
Not
That's
within
all
the
I
last, for anyone that's been on probation. It has not been for that. It has been for certain other convictions that have, for this specific rule that we're talking about, we have yet to deny an individual for that.
Have you brought anyone before us
Yes.
for it?
We have.
I just don't recall it.
Okay,
It
other
has
discussion?
This is just one other thing, and Phyllis, you were talking about you're going to watch him like a hawk. Here's the problem, and to me it's a shortcoming in our system. We could come here today and agree that Mr. Nash gets his license, and because we think that you're going to, and I think you will put your thumb on him. Okay, problem is this: once he gets his license, he don't have to stay with you. He can walk away, and we've had cases where somebody came in, and I personally voted because I felt the broker was going to keep an eye on them, and within 6 months they're gone. They've gone to another brokerage. That concerns me, especially in this case. So, okay.
I'd like to make a call for the vote.
Okay, there's a call for the question. Any objection? If not, let's vote. The motion is to grant Mr. Nash the right to get his timeshare license. If you're in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no.
No.
Let's roll call it, please, Ms. Maxwell. We need 5. We got 8 here. 2, 4, 6, 8. Need 5 positives to pass.
Commissioner Jeff Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner Rick Douglas,
Aye.
Commissioner Marcia Franks,
No.
Commissioner Diane Hills,
Aye.
Commissioner John Moffett,
Aye.
Commissioner Fontaine Taylor, Commissioner Bobby Wood,
No.
Chairman John Grease.
Yes.
Okay, you've got 5 ayes and
All right, Mr. Nash, by the hair on your chin.
Thank you. Thank you all.
We wish you
Thank you.
good luck.
Make this lady proud.
Yeah.
Don't come back here, because if you do, she has to come with you, and her license is more valuable to us than yours. So we don't want to put her in jeopardy.
Oh, God
Now
bless.
stand by. Okay, Miss Sisson.
Yes.
So we got a case later. I need an expert in timeshares. Would you be that person?
Well, I will give you my advice. I don't know if I'm an expert. I've been in it a long time.
So here's my question. If somebody, let's say somebody buys a timeshare and dies, what happens?
It would just like regular property. It would go to their heirs, or
What
like
if, what if their heirs don't want it?
if there's what
What if their heirs don't want it? Or there's no will set aside?
they would take it. They would take it back.
Blue Green would?
Yeah, and then just the proper channels. They would take it back to our. We have a title agent. We have a title company that goes through all the, and we have they would go through all the proper channels to get the property back.
If the line, what I'm reading says, respondent states there is no requirement that a timeshare owner pass on their interest to anyone, nor is there a requirement that a designee accept such interest. You say that's true?
It's a comment someone made.
Okay.
Respondent states there is no requirement that a timeshare owner pass on their interest to anyone, nor is there a requirement that a designee accept such interest. So if I want to leave a timeshare to my kid, I can do that, but I have to assign it to him. But if I don't want to, because I don't want him burdened with it, because I don't think he can handle it, I can just die. And Blue Green
Go into probate, just like any other property, any real estate that you have, any property, it would go into probate, and they would disperse it.
If my will says my kids get what I want, what I have, then he's going to get this too, right?
Yeah, he would get it and he would sell it. He could sell it. They could sell it.
I'm practicing law right now by giving me this advice.
I'm not practicing law.
All right, thank you for your help with that. I appreciate it.
Mr. Nash talked about that the first hour and a half or something of the presentation. How long would you say an average presentation is?
Well, we've tried to cut it down. I think they're getting it down to like 45 minutes now. It's about 45 minutes.
So,
And do you give them a gift for the 45 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
One-time gift only.
you ever keep them 6 or 7 or 8 hours and won't let them out
Oh,
of
if
the
they're
room?
interested, they can. That's when I'm walking around going, hello. Not to them.
But you
but
don't
to tell
require
let
them to sit
go.
for 5 hours.
Huh?
You don't require them to sit for 5 hours.
No, absolutely not. No,
Some people do.
they do. Yeah, they do.
All right, Mr. Nash, good luck to you. Thank you, Ms. System, for your expertise.
Thank you.
Y'all be careful heading back to Sevierville.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. All right, Jeremy Bennett, if you'd come forward with your broker. Ms. Matlock will swear you in. All right, Ms. Maxwell.
Okay. Before you, you have applicant Jeremy Bennett and his principal broker, Randy Worcester.
Worcester.
Worcester. I'm not gonna attempt to make sure I pronounce that correctly. But
Just call you Randy from now on.
yeah, Randy. Mr. Bennett is seeking approval for affiliate broker. His principal broker, Randy, has been a broker since September 2010, and there have been no disciplinary sanctions. The firm, Tennessee Home Pros, doing business as Wycart Realtors, Home Pros. A summary of the charges is felony drug charge in 2013, and Mr. Bennett's statement and a letter of recommendation can be found on your iPad.
All right, Mr. Bennett, you've seen how this works. What would you like for us to know? And bring that microphone to you.
So it would have been in 2010, I graduated Austin Peay with a master's degree in business administration. I then went to work for Shoney's, and I was making just a little bit more than it would enough to be getting deferments. And all of a sudden, I was having to come up with $687 a month to make minimum student loan payments. I was unable to make these payments on a regular basis on time. And my ex-wife knew someone from Bowling Green who was growing mushrooms to attend the Bonnaroo concert. And they offered me an opportunity so I could pay my student loans. And I foolishly agreed to do this, and I was caught with mushrooms, and I was arrested.
Ms. Franks.
Okay, so there's a lady that cleans my house, okay? and she's from the Ukraine. And her husband is growing mushrooms in their yard. And so she brought me like 2 things of wood with mushrooms growing out of it. Is that what we're talking about, what you did? But those were like different kind of mushrooms, right?
These ones, the active ingredient, the mushroom itself is not illegal. It's the active ingredient, psilocybin. That is what it makes you trip. That is illegal. Simple possession. You could have a handful of these mushrooms, and it's felonious.
Okay. So, but this was reduced to facilitation, right? Or is that not correct?
I'm not sure exactly what I was ended up charged with. I know I ended up with a 4-year prison sentence, of which I served 14 and a half months. I completed my probation in late 2016, I would believe. I haven't had as much as a parking ticket since 2012.
Okay, and so it makes me very sad that this is, that it comes from you having to repay your student loans. I'm hoping that our government can do something pretty soon about that. But it says manufacturing, selling, delivering opiates or heroin.
Possession with intent, yes. It's on the same category as heroin. It's a Schedule I drug, ma'am.
Okay, and it also said unlawful drug paraphernalia.
I'm not sure what the paraphernalia was. We had the mushrooms put in bags, Ziploc bags, so I'm not sure exactly what the paraphernalia, maybe scales that they found. I'm not sure exactly.
Okay, and so what have you been doing since 2016?
A lot of keeping my nose clean. Aside from that, I've been a server at Olive Garden since I've been released. I've been at Olive Garden now for 5 years.
As a server?
Yes, ma'am.
That's hard work.
Yeah, I've been serving probably 15 years, ever since I got out of the military.
Taylor,
I just want a clarification.
move to that microphone, please.
Your clarification, you answered one of the questions about why you need to be granted a license, and you said because you were a much better person than your typical felon.
That's absolutely correct.
Well, I don't know what a typical felon is.
A typical felon, I don't think, has a master's degree or an honorable discharge from the military. I'm probably in a single-digit percentage, rather.
Other questions? Mr. Wood?
Did anybody force you to take out those student loans, or did you do it on your own?
No, I took the student loans as my own burden, but I thought that I would have a little bit more leeway for as far as deferments and things like that. It was all my own doing. Absolutely, no one twisted my arm.
That's an interesting defense. That would be like me, saying, well, I robbed that bank and it's all Chase Mortgage's fault because they want me to make that payment every month. It was a choice I made.
Absolutely. I take 100% accountability for my actions. I absolutely do. The funniest part of the story is I didn't qualify for any deferments because of me making $32,500 a year plus bonuses while working at Shoney's. And I qualified for deferments while I was incarcerated.
So why do you want to be a real estate licensee?
I really want an opportunity for life betterment. I think I could be really successful. I'm really successful at serving, at sales, knowing what you're selling, catering to people, treat people with respect. I'm very good at it, but I'm ready for some big boy work. I don't want to be serving anymore.
I actually have owned restaurants and have actually 2 people at my company who were servers that I met at restaurants. And I told them, you need to get a real estate license. So
I would be one of these people. Yes.
Okay.
There's a lot of parallels.
Yeah.
A lot of parallels.
All right, Mr. Bender, here's what I'm not ready to go to broker yet. When people bring up things I don't know anything about, I just have to ask questions.
Sir.
So, was it like a wheelbarrow load of mushrooms or a truck load, or what are we talking about here?
What I had that I own as mine was 9 ounces. That's what I had accumulated over the course of 2 or 3 months to take to Bonnaroo. What was actually in my house, because I use the word gentleman loosely. The guy that was growing the mushrooms, the gentleman, was at my house. So when they raided me, everything was considered to be mine and his. It was all just one lump sum. I owned 9 ounces, but what he brought with him was a roughly close to 4 pounds. So they charged us both with 5 pounds.
So they got you before you ever got to Bonnaroo?
That's correct.
Okay. You'd gotten to Bonnaroo, how do you sell them? What do you do, put them in baggies like you said? And
We had everything shrink wrapped. It was all vacuum sealed, weighed and vacuum sealed. We had were stuffing a tire when they actually raided my house.
inside a
We were going
tire?
to put it inside a spare tire, yes, sir.
Like I said-
Commissioner Grease, your interest concerns me.
Well, I'm always trying to learn.
Things we learn.
I know.
Would 4 pounds of mushrooms fit inside a spare tire?
They did.
Okay, just checking. All right. Right? Yes, Jeff.
Mr. Bennett, so you were at the Olive Garden for 5 years?
Still am currently, yes, sir.
Still am currently. Is this your first foray into trying to find a different profession, or have you made other attempts at other professions?
No, I haven't made any other attempts at any other professions. There hasn't been anything that really sparked my interest or qualifications. I wanted to be doing something where I get to see every day the fruits of my labor, and on serving scale, it's not quite there.
So with that MBA from Austin P in the last 5 years, there was just, you couldn't find another opportunity until a real estate license popped into your head?
Yeah, there had been some stuff, but I'm really tainted goods. I've got the scarlet letter.
Right.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Worcester. Worcester.
Worcester.
Worcester. Randy.
You got to be from Massachusetts to pronounce that.
You've been here before with other applicants, haven't you?
No, never. Trust me, I've tried to stay away from here.
Well, that's okay. So you must think this guy is pretty special, and tell us why.
He's friends with one of my existing agents, who also has been a server at Olive Garden. In fact, we met him when I took my company out there for a Christmas party, and he saw we were such a great group that he wanted to become a realtor, and he's doing very well. And in fact, he's getting his first listing. He got it yesterday. So he's friends with Jeremy, and he's vouched for Jeremy. Jeremy has been pursuing me for about 6 months to do this. In fact, we were supposed to be here last month, and I ended up getting a triple bypass instead. But he has convinced me of his sincerity. And I also went to every single person in my office and asked if they had a problem with it. Because if any of them did, I wouldn't be here.
I'd like to make a motion that we
Okay.
approve this, Mr. Bennett for a
Second.
license.
Motion that's on the floor, made by Ms. Frank, seconded by Ms. Hills, that Mr. Bennett be allowed to proceed to get his real estate license. Discussion.
I would like to just recommend that Mr. Bennett could use a dose of humility. Some of the most horrific atrocities in history have been committed by people who were highly educated. So I wouldn't say that you're better than anyone just because you have a master's degree. However, having said that, I'm going to be for the approval.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Other discussion? Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Good luck, guys. Have a safe trip back.
Thank you all so much.
All right, Clinton Douglas, you're next. Did they agree to tell the truth? Okay.
Okay, before you have applicant Clinton Douglas and his principal broker Betsy Taylor. Ms. Taylor has been a broker since February 2007, and there have been no disciplinary sanctions. A summary of the disciplinary is a felony, a DUI in 2010. Mr. Douglas's statement and a letter of recommendation can be found on your iPad.
So Mr. Douglas, go ahead and tell us what happened.
Well, as you just heard, just shy of 10 years ago, I got in some trouble right here in this county, actually. I'm not proud of it, but it happened. Since then, I've been the same job for 17 years, same profession for 23. And I got my auctioneer's license a year and a half ago, so they kind of go hand in hand. So that's why I'm here in front of you all today.
Commissioners, Ms. Franks.
Okay, so I wondered when I saw this, a DUI, how could that be a felony? And then when I looked a little deeper, this was a fourth offense or more. So how many offenses have you had?
This was number 4.
This was number 4. Okay, and you served 150 days in jail?
Yeah, workhouse, yes.
Okay. Have you been to rehab in the past?
When I was on probation, which was for 2 years, it was kind of a hand-in-hand counseling, going to probation. I had to go to impact meetings, MAD meetings. So,
what about what is it called? When you go to stay for a month?
No, ma'am.
You haven't done that?
Nope.
Okay, and your auctioneer license, it's an affiliate, not a principal, correct?
Apprentice.
Apprentice,
Yeah.
okay. And so you've been working where for the last 17 years?
84 Lumber.
Okay. And you said in that same business, in the I noticed you worked for other companies that were similar.
Yeah, I worked
Lumber.
I worked for a competitor for 6 years.
And why do you want to be a realtor? What's
Well,
on this song for you?
In addition to auctioneering, I've been in the construction, new home business for over 20 years, and I always found it exciting. I know a lot about new homes, new construction, and I met Betsy through church, and we just got to talking, and next thing you know, I was an auctioneer, and next thing you know, I'm sitting in front of you all after 13 months of online education.
So do you drink at all now?
Very, very, very seldom. I'm a turned around person.
Okay. Do you consider yourself an alcoholic?
No, ma'am.
Okay. That's all I have.
Other questions? Mr. Wood.
What church you go to?
Mount Tabor Presbyterian Church, just outside of Murfreesboro.
And you're a song leader?
I'm a song leader.
Okay.
My wife's a piano player,
Okay.
and I'm a song leader.
We could ask him to prove it. And
Yeah.
I'm afraid it sounds
But he
more
might
like
have to lead us.
might sound more like a chant than a song. Other questions? Yes, Ms. Hills.
Did you, with the auctioneer, to get that apprentice license, did you have to appear before that group also?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I submitted all my paperwork to the fullest knowledge I had, and I didn't have to be nothing like this. Nuh-uh.
All right, Ms. Taylor, your turn. Why are you interested in having this fella? You already have him, right? He's an auctioneer, but he's doing personal property, not real
Right, just
property.
personal property. Can you hear me?
You have to move.
Yeah.
You have to move, not the thing.
Okay.
Won't move.
So I'm extremely picky about who I accept in my office. We're a smaller office, and that's how I want to be, and I want to have good people that I like and that I trust and that I know will do a good job. And I met he and his wife at our church when they became our song leader and piano player, and they're amazing. They're great leaders in our church. They help with everything there possibly is to help with at church. He does the same at my office. Anything I would ever ask him to do, he would do willingly. He would even volunteer without even being asked. As an auctioneer, he's been an awesome addition. I can count on him to be there when he's supposed to be early. And he's just, I'm so proud to have him in our office. He's really has high character, in my opinion. So,
Ready for a motion?
Take it.
Make the motion to approve Mr. Douglas.
Motion by Mr. Wood, second by Ms. Taylor, that Mr. Douglas' request to get a real estate license be granted. Discussion? Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Good luck to both of you guys. Be careful going home.
Thank you all so much.
Doesn't you sound like an auctioneer?
Oh, and I love your name, but I believe I'd take it back to Elizabeth Taylor, not Betsy Taylor. I love it.
That's a lot. I think I'll stick with Betsy.
All right, Christian Gregory. Gregory, we'll wait just a second, but I would like to tell you that of all the people in front of us today, you're the one I want to hear more than anybody. All right, Ms. Maxwell.
Uh-oh.
Me too.
Okay, before you, you have applicant Christian Gregory and his principal broker, Christopher Claybo. Mr. Claybo has been a broker since August of 2006, and he is with Wyndham Vacation Resorts, Nashville. A summary of the disciplinary sanction is misdemeanor of theft in 2014. His statement and letter of recommendation can be found on your iPad.
All right, Mr. Gregory, what happened? How did this happen?
Well, sir, I'd like to start by saying I additionally have another letter of recommendation by the director of my campus at the college that I graduated from. It was given to me at late notice, but I figured I might be able to bring a printout. If that's unusable, then I'd like to continue with my explanation.
My guess is it'll go in the file. But you've got the floor. You tell us what that letter says and anything else you want to.
I won't worry about the letter,
Thank
but
you.
I'll address what was questioned.
Okay.
Sir, when I was 18 years old, 2014, I had my parents go out of town. I think they were in a different country, and I threw a party late that night. I don't honestly, I don't remember what time it was, but I knew the sun was down. We went to go get pizza, while my then girlfriend.
A little closer here. Thank you.
We went to go get pizza after during actually a party. While my then girlfriend, now wife, was purchasing the pizza, my friend and I at the time had passed by. I think it had to do with the Super Bowl, but it was football related. In front of the store next to the door, there was a keg, and my friend and I thought it would be a good idea to take the keg and walk out the door with it, so we would be able to show up to the party with a keg. That was a terrible idea. Upon walking past the threshold of the door, I heard, "Hey, stop that!" And then my immediate response was to put the keg down and then continue walking. However, my then girlfriend, now wife, so if I mix that up, that's why. She was busy purchasing the pizzas. Turns out that the woman checking her out knew exactly who I was, and then proceeded to ask her, was that Christian Gregory, to which she very honestly said yes. So then, although I had stepped away from what I had just done, I was notified that they were fully aware of what had just happened. So in response, I turned myself in, and this would be the reason why I'm here before you today, sir.
How big was that keg?
To be honest with you, sir, I think it was one of the half kegs. It wasn't a full-blown keg, but it was still heavy.
2 people to carry it, or one?
2 people.
Did it have a tap on it?
It had a tap with it. I don't think it was on it.
Oh, you got the tap. Okay.
There was. I believe the theme was a party package.
Because I'm thinking if he just got the keg, he didn't have a tap to even use it.
So when your
You would vote
parents
against
got
it.
back, what did your parents say?
That would have been one of the. Well, it wasn't the only, but it was a strong key motivator as to why I turned myself in, so no one had to come knock on the door.
So what did
That's
they
good
say
thinking.
when they found out about it? Her question.
Have fun paying for that.
I couldn't hear you.
It's going to cost a lot more than it did in the store.
And so this happened at a Hendersonville Kroger's.
Yes, ma'am, in Glenbrook.
And so are you still not allowed to go in Kroger's?
I shop at Publix.
Okay. I was in Target yesterday with my 6-year-old grandson, and he wanted something really, really bad, and he was about to cry. And I said, no, you have to earn your money to pay for that. Yaya's not going to buy that for you, but I really want it. And so I had to talk with him about, if you ever steal anything out of a store, you can never come in again. And he was like, never come to Target again? And it reminded me of, I'd already read your story, and I said, yes, there was a young man who stole something in Kroger's, and he cannot go back.
Which Union campus were you going to? You going to Hendersonville or?
I went to the Hendersonville campus the majority of the time. During my chemistry and science classes that required bigger labs, we then went to the main campus in Jackson, Tennessee, which is the one that I walked on and graduated at. So.
I paid a lot of money there. I know where it is.
It's my alma mater, by the way.
I will be paying a lot of money to them here shortly.
At a private school. It's like a Christian school of some sort.
Yes.
Baptist.
So surprised you'd be stealing kegs of beer while you're going to a Christian school, but
That incident was prior, before I had even
was it?
considered going to a college, much less a Christian college.
I have to say, Commissioners, your interest in on all these felonies that we'd heard today is quite illuminating.
I've got a checkered past. I agree. I'm trying to learn things I missed out on. So, what have you been doing after that night?
Sir, the number one thing was to repay my debt, which was to pay for the keg and then complete the classes and the probation that was assigned to me. For work, I worked at a Vitamin World in Rivergate Mall for a number of years. I left there to fully devote my time to Union University. From Union University, while and from Union University, I worked at Best Choice Roofing in Hendersonville. I was a door-to-door salesman. I offered to give free inspections to see if they qualified for a new roof, and if they did, most of the time I managed to get the insurance to pay for the bulk of it minus the deductible. I've been doing that up until then. Recently, Wyndham has allowed me to come on and join the team. Unfortunately, like the last gentleman, I've just been able to sit and listen and kind of train, but I hope that changes after today, sir.
All right, Mr. Claybo, what do you know about this guy?
Morning. With Wyndham Nashville, as with our whole company, we have a very detailed process of hiring. It's a little bit more intricate than your personal real estate company. He went through our own internal background checks, which he had passed through. Then we put him into our management group. Always interviews all of them to see if his character and his idea fits with our company. And then he has just completed our 2-week training class, which he passed immediately and did a very good job. We are excited about him being part of our team. He's already been assigned to a person, and he's very close to us in our site.
So, where's the project? Is it Hotel Margaritaville or anything like that?
He's actually at our facility over by the Gaylord, over there by the Opryland.
But once you have a license and improves himself, he can work anywhere, I guess.
That's correct.
All right, Commissioners.
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve this applicant.
Second.
All right, the motion by Ms. Frank, second by Mr. Wood, if passed, will allow Mr. Gregory to get on with his career as a timeshare salesman with Wyndham. That's what's in front of you, Commissioners. Are you ready to vote? Let's do it. If you're in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Congratulations.
And Christian, I think you're just what little bit you've been in here. I think you're an impressive young man. I'm kind of envious of your broker getting you a little bit there. So I would tell you, don't let this incident define you. There's a lot of us have made dumb mistakes when we were young and stupid, and the smart thing is just don't keep making them. So.
All right, Mr. Claybo, you heard my question earlier about if somebody dies.
Yes, sir.
Do you guys and there's no error or there's no assignment to someone else, do y'all take it back at that point, or how does that work?
Yeah, I was thinking about that when her answer is, so it does follow very closely into regular real estate principles, okay? So, but if a person passes with a timeshare and has no heirs to it, our company, I can't speak for all vacation ownerships or timeshares. But our company has absolute ways that we will reabsorb that ownership at no cost to the family or whatever. To your question to the last principle is that, let's say that you do have a heir and they don't want it. Normally what happened, they would still have to take it, but then they can come to us as a hardship and say, hey, we didn't purchase this is not something we want, and then we could go through the same process of reabsorbing that ownership.
Thank you. I have one more question for you now.
Yes, sir.
So all day long, every day on the radio, I'm hearing people saying they can get you out of your timeshare.
Sir?
Are those guys crooks?
I think so. From what I've understood from them, I feel like it's exactly the word I would use.
Just get the money up front, tell them to get out.
It's predatory, for sure. From everything that I hear, because I talk to almost exclusively owners daily, and everyone that I've ever talked to that's been contacted used through these road shows and this attorneys, in fact, I hate to say, are preying on a certain group, and I find it just despicable because there's so many other ways that could be done other than that way.
So couldn't you, as an example, file a complaint against some of these people and get it before us so we could consider this at some point?
I personally, because of our company, would not be a place that they'll allow me to, but our legal team is spending huge amounts of money in individual markets. I've heard numbers in very seven-figure situations in multiple markets trying to get in front of that, for sure.
Be receptive to hearing it. We're trying to learn all the time about timeshare or vacation clubs or buying points or whatever happens to those places. But if somebody's a crook, we'd like to know about it here.
I would be glad if any time that you need if you have a panel of any sort, I'd be glad to be part of that and explain to you how I feel. I'm 10 years now with Wyndham or in the vacation world. I have worked for Blue Green and some other options, so I do know exactly how that works. So if you ever need me, I'd be glad to become part of that.
We appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman, maybe we could talk about there during commission time, about having a panel, maybe to educate commissioners.
Yeah, I know that Kalen has met with some timeshare people. Weren't they going to come make a presentation at some point?
Yes, they've offered ARTA, the Association for Timeshares, has offered to do that. They typically come to see us at least once a year.
If 20% of our complaints are timeshare, give or take a little bit, it'd be good for us to hear from the industry and just see what they have to say.
And I feel like one thing for us is that when the complaints come to you is because they don't know where else to go. Internally, and when we get a complaint without your involvement, it's very easy. We are overly customer-based on that. We always err on their side, but sometimes they do a shotgun effect, I believe, and they just hit everybody, and then we take care of it, and you guys don't know the difference.
We're here to protect the consumer.
Absolutely.
All right. Christian, good luck, man.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Be careful. All right, let's take a 10-minute break.
Welcome to our new commissioner, Mr. Moffitt. Look forward to working with him. And I, too, the Education Department will miss Mr. Commissioner McMullen as well. I want to call your attention to the education agenda today. I have reviewed the courses, providers, and instructors before you. It's not as long as an agenda as I've had in the last few months, but at any rate, I want to say that I present these to you for your approval, A1 through A16.
Chairman, I would like to take A19 off to discuss. But I would make a motion that, well, no. Anybody else got something else?
Well,
19?
There is no A19.
A9.
A9,
Okay.
there we go.
The marijuana one.
All right, so is there a motion to approve the education director's recommendation, accept the education director's
Motion to approve.
with the exception of A9?
Yes, correct.
Okay, I've got Mr. Wood making that motion, Mr. Diaz seconding it. Any discussion? We're dealing just with courses at this point. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Franks, A9.
Okay, so A9 is entitled High Anxiety, Marijuana, and Real Estate. And it says real estate licensees will examine the impact of legalization of marijuana on real estate and identify legal issues that may need to be addressed. I'm wondering, since we don't have legalized marijuana, what are they going to teach in that class?
I would assume it's similar to some classes that the commission has approved in the last several months. But I believe it's aspirational. I don't think it's actual as far as we know that it's not legal in Tennessee, with some inroads with the hemp industry notwithstanding. But that's what I understand. Now, Mr. Clausen is one of our providers in PERC seminars, so we have several courses in his catalog with the commission. So he presents that to us today.
And I have highest respect for him, too. I'm just wondering, that he obviously had a syllabus that he gave you, right?
Yes.
So what will he be teaching? What are the impacts on legalization of marijuana?
Well, again,
And what are the legal issues?
Yeah, I think he's discussing things that that they would be looking forward to and aspirationally, but not actuality. And that's my take on what he's presenting.
And I'm trying to remember, haven't we did approve one other marijuana class, didn't we?
Two, actually.
Two?
I kind of got the feeling from reading this was more along the line of what originally we were trying to get the instructors to actually talk about, that if legalization comes about, these are some things that may happen and we may need to know about. I kind of got the feeling that's what this is more about.
That's right, Commissioner.
So that's why I was
looking forward, or not necessarily right now.
Yeah, because I sold a house a few years ago, and there was a duct, heat and air duct in the house that the inspector noted that it was not hooked up to the rest of the house, the heat and air system, but it had a fan underneath it, and like an exhaust fan, and nobody figured it out. I called the heat and air guy, and I told him where it was. He goes, "Bet you it was a pot fan." And I said, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, you put that in to take the smell out." He goes, and he said, "But here's the bad part," because he said, "Did they direct vent it outside?" And I said, "No, it just goes under the house." He goes, "All they're doing is taking the smoke, put it under the house." He goes, "They didn't finish it. They need to put it all the way out to the end." So we're going to see more and more of those things. We're going to see more and more. That's kind of the things I think Greg was going after, and that's why I like this class.
He actually gave us the rule 1260.05.035A, and when I looked at that, that is the content of all courses approved by the Commission for Continuing Education shall be directly related to the following topics: valuation of real estate, construction, all these different things. And that's where I was a little bit confused as to what did it have to do with these other things. I will tell you that for those of us that are going to Aurelio in Denver next month, actually, I have the woman who's the executive director of the Colorado Real Estate Commission, and she's going to be speaking on the good, the bad, and the ugly of how marijuana has affected that state. So everybody's looking forward to finding out more about it, because not a lot of classes have been approved for it. That was just my question of, having not seen the syllabus, what are they going to be teaching? So
I thought your question was going to be about legal issues.
Mm-hmm. So what are the legal issues?
No, I mean, not being an attorney.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I thought you were going with it.
So does this course, I think I already know the answer without even looking at it, but does this course tell an agent what to do if they walk into a house and they find pot growing in the bathtub?
I think that's going to be a part of the concept that
it's not legal in Tennessee at this point. Is it responsibility of an agent to disclose?
As far as disclosure, I'm not sure about that. But
tell the police, tell the broker.
It's not the same as a meth house, but it would have some, I guess.
It's just as illegal as meth at this point.
Meth, though, can kill people. I mean, and they have to tear a house down if meth's been cooked in it. So that's a little different.
I got it, but let's just forget the drug aspect of it. If you, as an agency, something
See,
that's
a
not
crime.
legal, are you supposed to report it? I mean, that's what I want the course to teach me.
I couldn't comment because I'm not sure that's going to
I don't think it's
provide
at all in
disclosure.
there. I bet it's not even close to being in there, but that's a personal interest to me.
I would think if you listed a house and you knew marijuana, if you knew marijuana was going to be, that's an issue.
Well, if you saw child abuse,
I would say something.
It's against the law.
So how would you teach that class on marijuana? That's my question. Out of a book.
I don't think that's the focus of this class, but to me, that's a pertinent question. All right, Ms. Franks, you want to make a motion? Since
I'll make a motion that we approve it.
Okay. I got a motion by Ms. Franks, seconded by Mr. Wood, that the course be approved. Mr. Diaz.
Mr. White, is it your sense that this course is modeled off of other courses that are being offered by other states?
Yes, and that it is similar to other courses that we have already approved.
It would be informed by the experience of those states with their legalization and how it's been impacting the industry?
Talk about that, but Tennessee is not one of those. But it might give other states that have approved, and then, you know, what the impact has been there as it would be here. Again, it's looking forward.
Almost a similar experience should marijuana be legal in Tennessee?
I think that's the gist of it, but I think it also goes into more of the structure of a house and how it impacts as Commissioner Wood was talking about, how that would maybe impact the actual house itself, the grounds of the house if they were raising it around the home and the perimeter and so on.
Thank you.
All right, the motion is on the floor. That's to approve this course on marijuana. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion passes unanimously. All right, Mr. White, you've got 3 instructors you want to recommend we approve.
I do, Mr. Chairman. I have 3 instructors this month, and I've got their bios on your iPads as well. I'd recommend those for approval.
Move to accept that recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Frank, second by Mr. Diaz, that the Education Director's recommendation be adopted regarding these 3 instructors. Discussion. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. What else, Mr. White?
I have one question for Mr. White.
All right.
So, most of these these classes, we'll see next to them that the instructor has prior approval. When an instructor's approved, how long is that approval good for?
That 2-year
Forever
window.
or 2 years or?
Well, just like courses, the educational window we're in now ends 12/31/20. So all those that are approved today, then they will be good through that 12/31/20 date.
And then they'll have to be reapproved?
They will have to be reapproved.
All the instructors?
Just the same as courses,
Okay.
except keeping in mind that they have a license, that the instructors have their own individual. So we look to them to be responsible toward that. Yes, ma'am.
Anything else, Mr. White?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman, that's it for today.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, Ms. Maxwell, you've got a report for us.
And I also, Aaron passed around the printouts of the financials, so you should have the hard copy of that.
Yes.
I don't.
Will you be issuing something to read them with?
I can't see it anyhow, so I don't know why I'm looking for it.
It really doesn't matter. We have no.
Too little? Okay. Well,
It wasn't me that had the problem. It was John here. I'm just going to take care of him.
Yeah, right.
no, I apologize about that. I can email you a copy as well that you can Zoom on.
What's the bottom line? Are we
The
positive?
bottom line is everything is pretty. The month over month looks pretty standard to what you've seen in the past. You'll notice. I think we paid for Arillo in this month's financials, so you'll see a slight increase in the other Edison expenditures. That's where travel goes, but otherwise everything looks pretty standard from month over month. I just didn't want you to think you didn't have it. And then as far as all the other licensing numbers, everything looks pretty in line. Yes?
Like, since you brought the word Arillo up, is it now cast in stone that since she's an officer, she's paid for to go each time, plus 2 people?
That is not set in stone.
Actually, Arillo will be
paying for.
Well, first of all, I have to be elected. I'm being nominated, and I have to be elected. There could be somebody nominated from the floor. That's happened before.
No, it hadn't.
But once I'm president-elect, Arillo will pay for my travel so that the state of Tennessee won't have to. So that would free up my place for somebody else to be going, and I would hope that the state would continue sending 2 commissioners.
So all of everything you do will be covered by Arillo. Okay. All right.
I would just throw this out there for you to think about. Say she decides to become president or wants to run for president, it may cost her a little money, and so there may be organizations that could help with the cost of that, not this year but next.
Well, what it actually means when you're president-elect is I automatically become president. It's not an election process. But here's the problem. So when I would become president, would take place in Montreal, Canada. That's where that annual meeting is in Montreal, Canada. In the past, the state has not paid for any travel outside the United States.
They paid for me to go to Canada.
Except we went to Vancouver. They did. So I would say this. Usually whoever is being installed as president, their state commission is one of the sponsors. I don't know if that's going to be possible with it being out of the country. I'm just letting you know that a year and a half in advance.
So is it the September 2020?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's in Montreal. And I'm actually co-chairman of the committee that picks the places, and I fought to not let it go out of the country. But we have many members from Canada. And so every now and then that meeting deserves to be in Canada. I'm just sorry that it's going to fall on the year that I would be installed as president. So,
what does the sponsorship, dollar-wise, consist of?
Well, they usually have a reception, and that it would say the installation part. Maybe the reception was sponsored by that state. This year, it's a lady. She's actually the education director from West Virginia. West Virginia has a very bad economy as far as in their government, especially. And so, but they're giving some, and usually the state Realtor Association gives some money on that. And I'll know more about how much that is, but, if it's not possible, it's, I'm just sorry it happens to be out of the country when I would be installed.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, I think that's something that we can look into and come back.
Worked out.
Well, it seems to me it's very important for the state of Tennessee to be behind their first Arillo president, or second or third, but
well,
and
what's his name, the chairman? I always forget his name. Carter Lawrence. He does know that this is happening too. I've not talked to him about any money or anything like that, but maybe he watches the videos.
Maybe he watches it live.
Or maybe somebody tells him.
He hadn't come rushing down here yet today, so.
Yeah, that's something that I can look into and then come back with whether that's something we'd be able to do for next year. And then, do you have any idea when they need to know by? or when they start doing the sponsorships for the next annual?
Probably, I would say they would need to know by maybe next, probably June, July, something like that.
All right, what else in your report?
So obviously I wasn't here last month, but just wanted to update the commission that we are getting ready for our sunset hearing. It's next Wednesday. The couple days that I have been working, it's been preparing for that. Big thank you to Anna and Rihanna and the rest of the staff who really done most of the work in preparing for that. There's a series of questions that they ask us that they worked on and have been attending the pre-meetings to get ready for that. So it's no small task. So they have been preparing for that. I will be attending the actual hearing along with Anna. Any questions that anybody has related to that or related to the report?
Still need me to attend, or?
Yes, I do know that they want an industry member.
I can do it, but I can just tell you, because I went last year, they're going to want to know how much money is in our bank account. So I need to know what information y'all have gotten together about that, because they may ask me directly, because they asked Austin and I last year directly that question, and then also, why do we have that amount of money, and how can we spend it? And they were very stern the last time we went. They wanted that money spent. So how much is in the account now?
We have a set of questions that have been prepared. Let me see if I have that. And we can share those with you.
If you'd
to make sure.
email those to
Yeah.
at least everybody, I think should see what
Because
you've got.
they were getting onto commissions that had $250,000 in their bank account.
Yes.
And they didn't, they had us come back in 2 years. They could have said more years than that, but because we had not spent the money, they wanted us to come back sooner. So I know they're going to be re-asking that question.
Yes,
So
yes, yeah.
whatever information y'all have, if you could share it with me ahead of time,
Yes.
that would be great.
Yep, we can do that. And in the pre-meetings, they've been asking those questions. So we've already been sort of discussing those type of questions.
One thing I think is very important is we have this money, and yet they won't let us spend any, which I think is very interesting. I mean, they won't let us send but a few people to Arello. They won't let us do scholarships. I mean, the things that there's such hurdles to overcome to spend any money, and then they say we make too much.
Yeah, well, and one thing that, as everyone knows, that we've been trying to do to alleviate this is reduce our fees. We are doing that, yes.
We can't get the rules.
We are doing that, but
those rules have been filed with the Secretary of State's office.
That's the last step?
Yes, that's the last step. So we will probably be before the Joint Government Operations Committee in October, presenting those rules, and then they have an effective date in November.
Was it last year that Austin and I went, or the year before?
2 years.
So in 2 years, we've not gotten anything done.
We have, but if you've got to go through the process, or
go through their process.
Significantly, we've got a big chunk of money in there for consumers to take advantage of.
Education recovery account.
Which is impossible to do. So I know the goal is to get 3 more years or whatever we're trying to get and not ruffle any feathers, but if somebody says, why haven't you done that? I mean, that's a legislative function that they need to take a look at.
We, in the pre-meetings, these are some of the questions that we've been talking about, and we've explained that there are certain restraints within the statute with that account. So I assume that we will have follow-up questions that will be addressed to us next week. And we did also explain in one of the meetings the delay in the rules and how we had to start over and resubmit those as well. So those are things that we can also address. We'll get you a copy of those answers, but I'll also say that the answers are available on the website for the legislature, the General Assembly, so we can provide everyone with that link. We'll be making an amendment probably to one of those answers coming here soon. So we are actively working with the different members of the committee, updating them with questions, and we'll be there ready and prepared on Wednesday.
Is the deputy commissioner going with us?
I'm not to my
They
knowledge,
did last
but I
time.
do know
Assistant
that
commissioner.
Assistant commissioner.
Toby
Yes, yeah.
Compton. Toby will most likely be there with us as well.
And what, is it in the same place?
Yes, so it'll be located in Cordell Hall, which is right up here, right over there. I don't believe, Vice Chair Franks, that you'll have to testify at this time. The members of unless they call on you, they might ask for someone on the commission to address certain questions. But right now, we just need to have someone just in case.
What time?
They did last time.
So the hearings begin at 9 a.m. You can watch those online as well. Or if you would like to attend, you may attend. But they will be at 9 in Cordell Hall.
And they'll have several other different
Yes.
commissions there lined up.
The accountancy from our department, accountancy and architects and engineers are also up.
All right, anything else on your report? Mr. Diaz has a question.
This relates to the exams, and consistently month to month we see that applicants pass the state portion of the exam, but they fail the national portion of the exam. Do we think that is on the students not being prepared to take the exam, or is there some curriculum that's missing from the courses that would address that? And that could be missed.
I'm sure it's a combination. Big thanks to Bobby Wood, we now have posted what schools, their pass rate. So, a smart student could go out there and look to see what schools are having a higher pass rate for the exam. So I think it's a combination. I mean, you don't want the exam to be too easy either,
Right.
because, the biggest thing is that we're protecting the public to make sure that the right people are getting into the industry. So I don't know if Ross wants to speak to that at all, but.
I concur with what Executive Director just said. I do think that the commission and all of us can look and, with PSI, our vendor, I think they do a great job. I don't know if we can put one thing on either the applicants themselves. Are they not studying enough, or is does it go back to the schools? That's really the issue. So that, to me, is something the commission as a whole has to look at. You got to look at the schools and how they perform, I think, on an individual basis. So as we move forward, maybe the commission can decide how we want to view this, or what potential review we might want to have on certain schools, because I do think that if you see that pattern, and you can look at, we've got the cumulative pass-fail each month now, but you can also get down in the weeds and see certain schools are having some maybe more failure rates than others, but all are. And if you look at that too, the national exam, if you get down in the weeds with that appears to be the problem, but again, I guess there's a dichotomy there. I don't know if it's the school or just they're not focusing enough on the national portion itself, and evidently it is more difficult than the state portion, as we see the pass-fail rates bear out. But I think it is responsible that we review. The commission determines how they want to do that. Individual schools, if they have a larger fail rate than others.
And I would not say that it's all the fault of the schools even. I know when my daughter took her classes, she sent me 2 or 3 pictures of people that were just flat asleep on their table. They had to sit there for their hours. So you've got people like that, maybe mama said go get a job, and so they go to real estate school thinking that'll be easy and I'll make a lot of money, and then they go to test and, I wouldn't ever want it to be any easier than what it is now because we're required so little. So I think PSI is working hard to make sure that our test questions are what they should be. And would you find out when we would need to do another review of that? I think that was very important. The last time we did it, we found several questions that was on the Tennessee exam that was not pertinent to Tennessee law. And so we were able to take those questions off and add more appropriate questions. We came, and I think you were here then, weren't you, when we did that?
Yes, ma'am. I was there.
Yeah.
I was there at that meeting. So I'll find out kind of where we are with that. And however, as
we'll
I recall,
actually see them next month at Arello, too. So
correct, right.
Jeff?
Just one final question in terms of the information that we see. When these schools come up for renewal, could we possibly include their pass-fail rates on these exams so that we can see?
That's a great question, and I think if the commission in its wisdom decides kind of how they want to, what process you want to have with that, then that's certainly something to consider. But once, with our system the way it is, when a provider becomes licensed or registered with us, they're there for forever. There's nothing to take them away. And the way that the laws and rules are fixed is that rather we can take action on their courses. So
courses and instructors are all we have domain over, not the schools.
That is correct. So once you become a provider, you're a provider. From then on, they don't pay fees to become a provider. They don't pay fees to stay a provider. There's no renewal. So they're just there. So with that, maybe in some future look, we might want to look at how the entire the registration process is for providers, courses, and instructors.
Jeff, I think the intent was when we put the scores out there, that was the first step. Because prior to that, I think we had the scores, or Real Estate Commission, or PSI did, but the public had never seen it. We'd never seen it. And that was a first step. And when Caitlin had that meeting of all the real estate schools, that was something, the schools are very aware those scores are out there now because they see them. And we were asking the question, what's the problem? The real estate schools, as you could guess, they're saying the problem is the quality of student that's coming out there right now. That's the problem. And we're seeing these numbers here. And when you see the failure rate, this past month, it is like 52% for the national exam. That's not people who are taking it just the first time. That's people who are taking it second, third, fourth time, still flunking that test. So there's a problem there. On the other side of the coin, that PSI exam for the national part, it's not a perfect thing. They make that test for the whole country, and it's not just Tennessee, only the state part is. So there's a lot of stuff that people will learn to pass that test, and then I encourage them just to dump it out because it's not real life and doesn't pertain to here. It's just taking up space between their ears. It's not a perfect system, but that's the system that was put before us right now.
All right.
Thank you.
Do you need to swallow?
Oh, I'm fine.
I had one other. We also need, while she's doing that, we also need to talk about the 2020 TREC meeting dates.
Yes.
We all have a copy of that. And I actually didn't know that you were going to be here today, Caitlin. And so I looked up. I know that Rihanna has also the NAR, the Arello, and those kind of meetings, and the TR meetings, so that we could not have conflicts. And one thing that we've always done in the past is to try to make it the first week of the month that has 7 days, Sunday through Monday. It was the first, so that's, when I see this, I'm wondering, is it the second
It's typically
now?
the second Wednesday. So,
Well, there's a couple, let me just tell you, on the January meeting, it only affects me, so it's not that, I guess it's okay. But that's when the Arello Leadership Conference is, and I'll be leading that in 2020. And then the May meeting, I was wondering why is that to be announced? The NAR legislative meetings are in Washington, May 11th through 16th.
well, so I did look at May, and the second Thursday and Friday of that month would be May 14th and 15th.
So that's when the NAR meeting is. So that wouldn't work.
Always starts on Mother's Day. Just
So looking at May 2020,
Could it be the 5th through the 6th?
the 5th through the 6th would be a Tuesday and a Wednesday. I know historically, historically,
It's the 7th?
you have done the Thursday and Friday.
Oh, yeah.
So that would
It's
be the
May
7th
meeting.
and 8th. There's no reason that we couldn't do that.
Yeah, that would work, May 7th and 8th.
For October, the second Thursday and Friday of that month would be October 8th and October 9th.
Now, July, let's back up. That July 8th through 9th, that is the 4th of July week.
Not really.
And we usually stay away from that, yeah.
4th is on a Saturday.
That following week. I don't have any conflicts, I just didn't know if anybody else did.
Let's keep it 8th and 9th.
Okay.
It's after my wife's birthday, so I'm good.
Okay.
What about back to January for a second?
you may be, depending on your gift.
Were you okay with January?
Maybe
just
the
won't be
last
able to be
17,
here.
I'm good.
What do you want? I mean, do you want to suggest a different time?
The first week in January would fall on New Year's Day, so we would have to move to the 3rd, which would be January 15th and 16th, if we wanted to change that. And let me just go ahead and look, because I know in the past, one of our issues has been other boards and commissions. So let me just look. There's nobody that has the 15th and 16th of January, so we could.
If we could do the 15th and 16th, that would be better.
Okay. And just a note, in November, it's technically not the second Wednesday, but the second Wednesday is Veterans Day, and the state is closed on that day.
What is the date of Thanksgiving?
Thanksgiving is the following week after that.
Let's do this. Commissioners, you've got the sheet. If you can check your calendar, let's just go month by month down. And if we can get this calendar passed today, I think that would be good. Right now, the proposal for January is the 15th and 16th. Any objection to that? February 12th and 13th, March 11th and 12th, and April 8th and 9th. Everybody okay with those? May, we were thinking May 5-7 and 5-8. West Tennessee.
7/8.
Well,
Thursday.
5 is a month.
Oh, yes.
When is CMA Fan Fest? Is that a July thing?
That's a June date.
June thing, and when is that?
Let's take a look.
TMA Fest.
Oh, he does want to.
I don't. Has to do with the hotel availability.
Yeah, they don't want us to have a room.
It's
That's
June
right.
4th through 7th.
We'll just all go stay with Austin.
Right.
We're good. So June 10th and 11th,
That's good.
July 8th and 9th,
Oh, wait a
August,
minute. Okay, okay. July, we stay with 8th and 9th, okay?
August 12th and 13th, September 9th and 10th, October 8th and 9th, November 18th and 19th, December 9th and 10th.
Marcia, do you
Wait a
happen
minute,
to know?
November, is that the NAR?
No, they're
No, it's
usually
not.
the first
That's right.
of the month.
You know the Arillo Fall dates yet?
It will be September 23rd through the 26th. And the TR fall meeting is the 18th through the 20th.
John, I have a conflict on the third Wednesdays of the month. Would it so that the 15th or the January meeting and the November meeting hits those? Would it be possible just to back those up one day and make those 2 times a Thursday, Friday in Nashville?
We're wide open, if that'll help.
So that would be January instead of 15-16, make it 16-17, and November instead of 18-19, make it 19-20.
All about doing that. I will tell you that I'll show up at Nashville a day early, at least once, maybe twice next year. I'm so used to coming on a Tuesday. That
It was November and what month?
January. January, November.
16th, January 16th and 17, and November 19 and 20.
Well, now, so it'd be Thursday and
Friday.
and possibly Friday.
Right. The odds of us-
Depending on, now does possibly Friday, if we have a hearing, make an issue?
Will that make it an issue? Is that an issue? Is as far as like getting a judge or any?
On a Friday?
They may not be pleased, but it won't.
And we'll check with the hotel too. I mean, that would be the only other thing. Is I would think leading up to the weekend would be.
Let's do this. Let's make this a tentative schedule. If you guys will check with meeting rooms and hotels between now and next month.
And
Yep.
December was okay with everybody, the 9th and 10th?
Yep.
Okay.
And we'll finalize it next month. Or if you find out these dates work with hotels in this room, I firmly believe you could send us all an email and said, if you'll just reply back and say this is okay, you can go ahead and book those things. Okay, I don't think we have to have it on the record here.
And it could be that, with that late November meeting that we might not need to meet in December, but we can decide that.
In the past, it's been a few years, but in the past, we would vote whether we met in December or not. We have for the last, before we had a consent agenda, we had to.
Yeah.
Can I just go over these dates one more time? Okay, so we've got January 16th and 17th. We've got February 12th and 13th. We've got March 11th and 12th. April 8th and 9th. May 7th and 8th. June 10th and 11th. July 8th and 9th. August 12th and 13th. September 9th and 10th. October 8th and 9th, and then November 19th and 20th, December 9th and 10th. Okay. So we will come back next month with a confirmation on the hotels and the meeting room.
In the time between November 20th and December 9th, that's pretty close for legal, too.
They seem to be handling it just perfectly.
Yeah, they are.
Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman,
December is hard because you don't want to get too close to the holidays either.
And, we don't necessarily need to do this for 2020, but would there be any consideration to flipping the East and West Tennessee visits and maybe doing East?
I think the logic goes back to the time when there were members on this commission who thought they could work in a UT football game while they were in East Tennessee.
Or a fall vacation to see the leaves.
Yeah, I think that's how we got to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if you'd like to make a motion to change any of those things now or in the future.
Is there a reason to do that?
No, I would think it's cooler in
You think
East Tennessee
Memphis in
in
May?
May, and it's cooler in Memphis in October. That's what I think. But but that's my only reason for
I don't have a
considering
preference.
it. So, I mean, I live in Memphis, so whatever. But just an idea. No motion.
We'll think about it. All right, Caitlin, anything else?
Nope. Just wanted to note I am still technically on maternity leave. So if you do have any urgent matters over the next couple months, those would still go to Rihanna if it's administrative, and then legal if it's complaint based or anything of that nature. So,
And I would like to say, I contacted Anna this past week. I had a friend in Franklin who died, who was a principal broker, to find out exactly what do we do really, really quick. She responded back to me immediately, and then when I talked to the brother of the man who died, who's going to be the principal broker, he called me back to let me know how nice everybody was and helpful that everybody was, and they took really good care of him, and he wanted me to be sure and tell you that.
great. Yes, yeah. Well, we the little that I have been working over the last month, I've still been checking in, and our licensing numbers are as good as they've ever been, and same goes with we're trying to keep wait times low and that sort of thing. So,
I want to follow up on one part of that. It's my suspicion that your staff of how many people?
10.
10 people is managing somewhere over 40,000 active licenses. Would you agree with that based on the statistics you showed us?
I would say
counting
40,000 licensees. I don't know. Got a lot of retired agents, but roughly.
I count them.
Okay.
I am counting firm licenses and active licenses. I think that puts you over 40,000, which I suspect is the largest number of licenses active
Ever.
this commission has ever had to handle. I don't know if there's a way for anybody on your staff to actually research that.
I've actually. I think we would definitely have the last 5 years.
Last time it was this good was what, 2007 or somewhere?
Every association will tell you right now it's their highest membership.
So my point is, you've got 10 staff members, not counting Anna, right, who's doing yeoman's work as well, managing 40,000 licenses, not counting the number of people who want to get a license, not counting the number of consumers and customers that are calling in, asking questions or complaining. I think they're doing a heck of a job, and it's not because you've been away. I think you set the stage well before you left. So I'm just going to start telling people we've got more licensees in Tennessee than ever in the history of the state. If you can prove me wrong, you go ahead, but I don't think you'll be able to.
It's the economy.
As long as we're complimenting staff, our meetings are so much more succinct than they ever used to be. That's one.
Notice the fewer attorneys in the room, the quicker it goes.
Well, I have noticed that. Although some of us can talk a lot too.
All right. Anything else for Ms. Maxwell? Bobby?
Go ahead. You were going to say
no.
something. Well, I was going to ask Ross before he got out of here. We had talked once before about talking to PSI about when the student took the test, instead of just saying pass, fail, can they give a score? And then I think you were going to talk to them and see if that's possible.
I spoke to them.
Okay.
I think it's just the way it's always been in Tennessee, and that's more so the reason for it than anything else. I think they can give that if we want that. They give it for failure, so they tell you what your score was if you failed. It's just always been, if you pass, you pass. It's not you didn't get a 80 and he got a 95.
So if we want to start putting the score on them, do we just have to vote to tell you to talk to them about that, or?
I can re-follow up and just see what that process would look like. What is your theory behind putting it on there?
I've just had students, as I'll teach and stuff, they will just say, I just wish I knew what my score was. I mean, and I mean, just wish I knew.
To be scared or not?
Yeah, did I get a 95 or did I get a 81?
Yeah.
They just want to know.
And I'm like, why
No
not
reason
tell
not
them?
to tell 'em.
Yeah, I mean they
Do you
passed.
foresee any issue with, I don't know, this guy got a 80 and this person got a...
Now, Caitlin, I've told students before because, we'll have people come to us and they'll say, I passed it first time. And then I've had agents come and go, well, it took me 3 or 4 times, but I finally did it. And I'll tell them, I don't see any correlation between how you did on that test and then how you do in real estate. There's no correlation at all. All that test does is it's a weeding out process. It's kind of like beginning chemistry in college. It weeds out everybody who's pre-med, and that's all that does is weed out people.
See if they're trainable.
Yeah. So I don't think it's a problem. I mean, I know as a broker, I'm not going to take their score and decide I only want people who get an 85 or 90 and above.
Why don't you let me just re-follow up and make sure that all you guys would have to do is say we want that on there now, because it's been a few months since I reached out to them.
Okay.
And then we can come back with that as an agenda item in September.
All right, anything else? All right, let's get to the consent agenda. Ms. Bridges, will you read into the record 1 through 26, the case
All right.
numbers?
Number 1 is 2019-013291. Number 2 is 2019-013831. Number 3 is 2019-013541. Number 4 is 2019-014011. Number 5 is 2019-014221. Number 6 is 2019-015291. Number 7 is 2019-015341. Number 8 is 2019-015831. Number 9 is 2019-015621. Number 10 is 2019-016611. Number 11 is 2019-016791. Number 12 is 2019-018721. Number 13 is 2019-018541. Number 14 is 2019-018821. Number 15 is 2019-019021. Number 16 is 2019-019931. Number 17 is 2019-020241. 18 is 2019-020301. Number 19 is 2019-019991. Number 20 is 2019-021641. 21 is 2019-018871. 22 is 2019-018771. 23 is 2019-018361. 24 is 2019-018531. 25 is 2019-018711. And number 26 is 2019-019401.
All right, Commissioners. Anybody want to pull 1 through any of those cases out? 1 through 26, Bobby?
1, 3, 10, 20, 22. 1, 3, 10, 20, 22.
Diane, did you have any?
Yes, I'd like to add to that number 21.
Marcia?
I would like to add to that number 15 and 17.
Any other commissioners? And Kelsey.
I'm busy today.
All right, is there a motion to approve council's recommendation and dismiss cases 1 through 26 with the exception of cases 1, 3, 10, 15, 17, 20, 21, and 22?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Wood. Discussion. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Bobby, number 1.
And Kelsey, I'm going to do it to you again because last month I had you read one that was just a perfect case. I really think number 1 is that again,
All right,
too.
I'll take
so
it.
I think you're purposely loading that up on the very first one. But that's a great case for people can learn from.
Okay, would you like me to read it into
If
the
you
record?
wouldn't mind, please. Thank you.
Sure. So this is 2019-013291. Complainant and their ex-spouse hired respondent to sell their marital property. Both spouses signed the exclusive right to sell listing agreement, which was a TR form. Complainant alleges respondent failed to represent complainant's best interest in the sale of the marital property. Complainant states that while the parties were working to sell the property, respondent also began representing the ex-spouse in their purchase of a new residence. Neither the ex-spouse nor respondent informed complainant about the new representation agreement. According to complainant, the ex-spouse's contract was contingent upon the sale of the marital residence, and knowing this, respondent pressured complainant to sell the marital residence at a price well below asking. Complainant questions how respondent could adequately represent their best interests while representing the interests of the ex-spouse in another transaction at the same time. Respondent denies that the ex-spouse's purchase was contingent upon the sale of the marital residence, confirmed by a copy of the purchase and sale agreement, which was also a TR form. Respondent also provided emails and other transaction records which show respondent actively communicated with both parties. In the records provided by respondent, it is apparent that the property had been on the market for some time without any offers, and that respondent was receiving consistent feedback that the property was priced too high. Respondent communicated 2 offers received on the marital property to both parties and tried to get them to come to an agreement on the terms of a counteroffer. In counsel's view, it does not appear respondent made any attempts to improperly influence either spouse in reaching their decision. Seeing no evidence to support a claim that respondent failed to represent complainant's interest, counsel recommends this matter be dismissed.
Move to dismiss.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Wood, seconded by Mr. Diaz. This complaint be dismissed per counsel's recommendation. And did you just want this read into the record?
Yes, because I think it's a good teaching thing that you can represent one client, one situation, and then turn around and represent another one. That was a good because actually there was a court case in our state not too many years ago, very similar to this, where people were representing one. Basically, you represent a seller and then turn around and represent a buyer, and then the people were arguing you couldn't do that. But
I also thought it was interesting in the respondent's answer to the complaint, they pointed out that had they answered complainant's questions about this other representation agreement, or had they told them about it, they would have been revealing confidential information,
Exactly.
which would be a violation.
I think they were textbook. They did it exactly right.
I agree.
So.
Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion to dismiss, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That passes unanimously. Bobby, number 3.
Number 3, before we get into this, last month I took one of these cases back and we did it. Now, I don't think it's in this group this one month, but I'll tell you this. I'll go ahead and give you a forewarning. I wouldn't have their job. I mean, because by the time you get through it, I mean, and you read through everything, and then you sleep on. I mean, I did one, and it was taxing on me, okay? And they're doing dozens and dozens a month. So y'all do a great job. I have a greater appreciation. And it's one of those things, I know Jeff has done one. I know Diane's done one. It's one of those, as a commissioner, ever so often we just need to do one, and then we'll appreciate what they do a little bit more. Okay, so let me get back to, have I sucked up good? Did I do it like you told me to? Okay.
Can I just interject? Thank you for your kind words. And then also, that one that you looked at, I apologize it didn't make its way onto the legal report, but we're happy to discuss that today if you would like to.
Okay, that's fine. That's whenever you want to put it in somewhere.
Great.
Number 3, this one, the only thing that concerned me is that last paragraph, and I guess it's the respondent, and that their answer was they don't have a good memory of the complainant. And that concerned me, because it doesn't matter how long it's been since I've worked with somebody. If I'll go back and pull the file, I'll figure out who they were. And the only reason I wouldn't remember them is if I had a reason not to remember them.
I suspect that in the case of a timeshare salesperson, they're interacting with way more people, back to back to back to back, than your typical broker licensee. I think that would make it harder to remember in these situations. But I agree with you. I thought the response was a little flippant, but without them acknowledging that they were even involved in this, I'm not sure.
A smart licensee wouldn't rely on their memory. They would rely on their paperwork and their notes in their file.
So I'd also mark this, because it seems to me either the complainant or the respondent should be able to document receipt of $11,000 and the second amount got them up to $60,000.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody ought to have documentation that they actually did pay it or they actually did receive it.
A bank account, something.
We did receive one document that pertained to complainant's interest in why they were even meeting to discuss altering their timeshare interest in the first place. And one of the listed reasons was consolidation, which I took to mean taking the mother's name off of the records. That was the only thing that I recall seeing in terms of documentation. I'll pull up the file and see if there's anything else, but
I just had a concern with it. I mean,
it's not a typical timeshare response.
Yeah, I mean, and they could go back to their file and pull it. I mean, I'm like, if I was guilty, what would be my answer to this? And it would be probably something like this. Well, I don't remember. I mean, you know, so that was my concern.
As a flag.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're. So I wasn't comfortable just dismissing it.
So I would really like to ask the complainant, and maybe you did, can you prove you paid money in these time periods you said you did? Was that question asked?
let me see. I mean, no, I did not ask them that question
But it
myself.
already shows me sloppy work in that their E&O had been suspended also. So it just tells me that they're not keeping up with the business like they should be.
I'm not sure what I want to make.
Well,
throw something out there.
I mean, does council know what would be a typical process for removing a name from somebody's timeshare?
No, I don't know the details.
It's not laid out in statute as far as you know?
No.
But I think it's more of a reasonable skill and care
Right, that's
problem
what I'm
is what it
thinking.
is.
And order would get their attention. Make
Well-
them go pull the file.
Yeah,
To me, it's
I'm-
reasonable skill also.
Yeah. Let me go down a road and try. Okay, how about if I make like a motion for a $500 civil penalty for not exercising reasonable skill and care?
Second?
All right. You've heard the motion, and if it passes, we'll offer a consent agreement to the timeshare salesperson. Right now, again, I'm curious about the hierarchy here. Does a timeshare salesperson have a supervisor or principal broker?
Their salesperson?
Yes.
I think it would be the person that showed up with them today.
See, and that goes back to if you're like think where you're going with this. If you're the salesperson, you don't remember, you're going to reach out to your boss. Say, do you remember? Somebody's going to remember.
Who's responsible? Somebody's got to be.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, at the very least, the timeshare company should have sent a copy of that contract, the $11,000 contract, and if
A
it's
receipt of some sort.
show what they bought.
And I do think the reason the response was so different is because in this case, it went directly to the timeshare salesperson and not to the timeshare itself. It's when it goes to the timeshare that we usually receive a lot of documentation. Since it was just the agent themselves answering this time, there wasn't very much information.
So the salesperson
But we
did-
can go back and try and get more.
Well, but
So the
that makes
salesperson didn't
Bobby's
contact
point
the legal
better.
So they're
department?
not
Is that
being
what-
supervised.
No, they didn't. No.
Uh-oh.
So there's a lack of supervision.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor that if it passes, we'll offer this timeshare salesperson a $500 civil penalty. Is there further discussion on that motion?
Do they need to have any education?
I don't really know what
I
it
know.
would be on this. I would just
I
leave
don't know
it
what
civil
classes
penalty.
they take.
Just regarding that motion, I'm looking at the causes of action under the Timeshare Act right now. They're a little different from the Broker License Act. And I don't think there's actually a reasonable skill and care, but we do have a violation of making any willful or negligent misrepresentation or any willful or negligent omission of material fact. There are a number of different violations that would pertain to misrepresentation, oral statements that are misleading, things of that nature.
Do you need us to pick one?
No.
Okay.
Okay, further discussion. Let's vote. If you're in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no. That motion passes unanimously. Number 10, Bobby.
This was the one I think where somebody was selling a piece of property for a family member.
Yes.
Did it ever come up in the case, like how related was this person to the owner of the property?
No, the relation itself didn't come up. I couldn't tell you if they're cousins, siblings, parent. I'm not sure.
Well, I thought it would be then ownership. I would think I would need to have ownership
Do.
in it with my brothers or my somebody.
See, and I might have been a little lenient if it was like, well, it's my parents and I'm an only child, kind of making the assumption it's going to be theirs. But, if it's like my second or third cousin, we're family, but, I have no interest in it. So I don't think I could claim that.
I based my recommendation off of the fact that they are not receiving compensation, nor do they expect to receive compensation, because there has to be that expectation for it to be considered brokering.
That's not the, if you look at 1260-02-.12A, under general principles of advertising, no licensee shall advertise to sell, purchase, exchange,
Not a
rent, or
licensee.
lease property in a manner indicating that the licensee is not engaged in the real estate business. I'm just wondering, it's no licensee.
They're
Yeah, so
unlicensed,
it's
But I would argue
they're
this, though,
advertising it.
that just because you're not getting a check, you're still, they're doing it for some reason. It could be love and goodwill. I would say love and goodwill is some compensation, too. They're not just doing it because they want to just do a transaction. They're getting something from it.
I didn't see any reason to believe that they're not just selling it for their family. I do see how this is kind of a weird issue, because it really does look like just your typical yard sign for a listing. But I don't know how to proceed in dealing with that compensation issue. Because it's hard to prove that somebody's not being compensated. There wouldn't be a compensation agreement. There wouldn't. And then, like I said, at this point in time, there hasn't even been a sale on it. So we know they haven't gotten compensation yet.
That means
if
they're not good.
advertising.
That means they're not good.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
So,
but yeah, if there's no expectation of receiving a fee, I just don't think it could be considered.
But you don't have any proof of that.
Right, but I don't know how I would prove something that doesn't exist.
I just think if they have no ownership in it, I have a lot of family in another state, and I have a license in this state, and there's no way I think I can go in that other state and help my family out and sell. I don't see it in this
Advertising
state. Yes.
It might have been different if somebody walked up and says, I want to buy your aunt's property.
Mhm.
But they're advertising. To me, it's an advertising violation. Also,
to me too. I know that they can't. I just thought in our state, Anna, that we can't sell something that we don't have ownership in.
Well, as Kelsey was saying before, if you look at the definition, we base licensed and unlicensed activity based on the rules of the definitions of broker or the definitions of broker. And the definition specifically says for a fee or any kind of consideration that you're receiving. And if you're not receiving or you're not doing any of this for a fee, then that would not be considered something that falls under this title. I think in this situation, it's someone that's selling on behalf of their family, that if they're not receiving a fee or commission as you would typically receive, I don't think that would fall under the broker definition in the statute.
There are times I sell and I don't receive a
And
fee.
it's not an advertising violation because they're not a licensee. So it would either be unlicensed activity or it just would be unlicensed activity. We can't penalize somebody that's not licensed for advertising.
I would think because he used his sign with his picture on it, it's unlicensed activity.
Unlicensed
Because
activity.
if it was a for sale by owner, just use a for sale by owner sign.
Right.
Why would you use your professional sign out of state? I think So I think it's clearly practicing with that unlicensed activity, clearly.
Like I said, I do see where the commission is coming from and how it looks. Legally, I don't think it's brokering. And to sort of compromise between those two views, I would recommend a letter of instruction or a letter of warning, but I wouldn't recommend any penalty or education in this situation.
Oh, I mean, we couldn't. They're not licensed in
Yeah,
this
we
state.
give out unlicensed activity every month, $1,000.
No, I mean, we couldn't recommend, she said, not recommend classes or something. I mean, there's no way to enforce it. I mean, the cease and desist.
Cease and desist, yeah.
For unlicensed activity.
So you're pretty sure this entity, this person, is licensed, but maybe in a different state?
I can't confirm if they're licensed in another state. The only way to do that would be to go to every single
Go to their
state and
inquiry.
type their name in.
So do you have a picture of the sign?
Yes.
So you could find out what state they were from.
Well, it says for an online real estate broker directory. What is that?
It's what it sounds like. It's kind of, I would describe it as like the Yellow Pages, but online and only for real estate professionals from all 50 states. It wasn't limited to any one geographic area.
A lot of cloud companies popping up, though, real estate companies.
But I would make the assumption that she or he's in that directory that they're licensed somewhere.
Yes, there's a license.
I'm going to say they don't fit the definition of brokering because there was no fee. Then I don't even think a letter of instruction would be appropriate.
Well, they don't.
I mean, what are you going to instruct them to do
No,
if
it's
they're not
either
breaking the law?
unlicensed
Yeah.
or not.
Right.
Well, the floor is available and open for a motion, so we can at least get this thing going in some direction.
Does the statute say, it says that in order to be have to be licensed, they have to get a fee, and then it say and other consideration?
Yes, it says or any other valuable consideration.
What page are you on?
I'm on page 6 of the Red Book. I'm looking at 4A, and if you also look at 4B. So if you go down 4A, the first line for a fee, commission, finder's fee, or any other valuable consideration, or with intent or expectation of receiving a fee, commission, finder's fee, or any other valuable consideration.
But could not just love and goodwill be consideration?
But they're giving love and goodwill. They're not receiving it.
No.
But if somebody sells a piece of property for you and they do it without a charge, would you not be happy with them?
Consideration could also be you can come ride my horses anytime you want to.
I think in this case, valuable consideration is talking about things with a monetary value.
Not a
We're making that
bushel of
assumption.
potatoes.
No, I don't think I mean, probably not, maybe. But something tangible definitely would need to be there to be
And the
valuable
question here, too,
consideration.
is do we want to open this door and just let this happen by any...
I think it would seem to me whether they're licensed in
Out of
another
state.
state or not, that certainly, at least on the first step, they're seeming to practice real estate because they got a professional license. They got a professional sign. I
think they know what they're doing. I think they're using their family because here in the South we're all family probably at some point or another. So my thing is I'm gonna like to have a civil penalty for $1,000 for unlicensed activity.
Second.
All right, finally, we have a motion on the floor offered by Commissioner Wood, seconded by Ms. Franks, that if passed, will offer this person a $1,000 civil penalty for practicing real estate without a license.
And can we say this for John's sake, that we have unlicensed activity every month, and it's one of our biggest problems. And we try to, again, be consistent about it, and if we find someone is guilty of unlicensed activity, we always, I mean, it has been in the past 4 years, we always give them a $1,000 penalty for it. That's the most we can give per day or per violation. So just so you understand what we're doing.
Okay, motion's on the floor. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes 7 aye, 1 no. Mr. Douglas votes no. All right, let's go out of order just a little bit. Marcia, number 15.
Okay, so I had a problem with this one when they put in the MLS, expected 5-bedroom perk site. I did not like that. Why would they have expected 5-bedroom perk site? I mean, if I were a realtor, maybe I would say, what do you mean expected? I would have asked about that. But I just find that I'm just shocked that somebody would write that in the MLS. Because it certainly looks like they're expecting it to come in.
Yeah.
They had the testing done. We're expecting any day now to get this.
But the third line said, respondents stated that a perk test had been completed. So that confused me. So if it's been completed, the soil scientist should have said
And they
how much.
were respecting that it would come back 5 bedrooms. That's what they were expecting.
Oh, so completed but not reported?
It was completed, but it doesn't say they received the report.
Okay.
So, if they'd received the report would have said 5 bedrooms or 2 bedrooms. I just found that was false advertising, because they don't know if it's going to be approved or not. Obviously, it wasn't, or there wouldn't be a problem.
It also saw where the buyers had the opportunity. They had an inspection period,
Yeah.
and they could see what they didn't want.
And it says buyer responsible for permit.
And then you can also too. I'll bet you at the end of in the MLS it will say something to the effect information to be deemed but not
yeah.
accurate.
Yeah.
I mean, so I think.
It's false and misleading, though.
Well, I mean, it could
Maybe not
be
false, but
because,
misleading.
you don't know where they were in the point, but they probably have got the soil checked. The soil scientist has gone out there and said something to the effect of, "This is really good soil. You may very well get a 5-bedroom system, but then when you take it to the county, then they will
For
make
their
the decision how many bedrooms there are."
Mhm.
So. I'm just assuming. Otherwise, I can't imagine why an agent would say.
But then,
possible 5
but then the buyer has to apply for that amount.
Yeah, let's look.
So,
what it was.
and they charge them per bedroom when you apply. I mean, I had someone that had 5 bedrooms, but bless her little heart, she went in and applied for 2 because it's cheaper. Each bedroom costs more. She applied for 2, thought she'd be there forever. When she died, I had to explain to her husband, "I'm so sorry. She only applied for 2, and she was approved for 2."
It was my understanding from the complaint that they were able to get everything permitted, but it wound up costing a lot more money than they thought it was going to be. Like, it wasn't, and I don't know much about septic and perk tests and that stuff, but it just wound up being not your just standard thing, that they had to have a more specialized septic system put in place.
That's why you have the 14-day period in there. Yeah.
It's longer. I mean, so by foot, everything is, each bedroom constitutes more feet.
All right, what's your pleasure, Commissioner? Marcia?
Well, I mean, I'm okay with all of it except that was written in the MLS, expected 5-bedroom perk site. So I would like to make a motion that we send a letter of warning, and as it pertains to what was written in the MLS.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Frank, seconded by Ms. Hills. If passed, would authorize council to send a letter of warning regarding misleading advertising.
But I don't know that it was misleading, was it?
Well,
We're just making the assumption.
Regardless, it says expected.
Subdivision?
No, I doubt it.
It was a rural.
It could be, though, but
I'm going to guess,
I mean, it
but
could
they
be. I
think
don't-
it was 5 bedrooms. It was not Middle Tennessee. That's just my guess.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I just didn't know if the expectation might have been based on other properties. Like some subdivisions have 2 4-acre lots, and the expectation could have been that it would be approved for a 5-bedroom if other properties in that subdivision had
There are
been
a lot
approved.
of variables.
Yeah,
I mean,
not
it depends on your
necessarily.
trees.
Yeah.
the
I guess what
amount
I'm
of
saying, I don't think it's
growth
necessarily
in
false
there, and
advertising.
it can just be low-lying things. If it's not cleared out, it's it won't be considered. You can have 30 acres.
And I guess the reason I only want a letter of warning is just to make them aware, to be a little bit more careful about it, to make sure that what they're putting in there is truthful. And
That's my point. We just don't know that it wasn't truthful. Oh, well, let's vote.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll see.
Other discussion?
We'll still be friends regardless.
Right. If this motion passes, we'll be sending a letter of warning to the respondent. If you're in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no.
No.
No. In opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
All right.
So the floor is open for a new motion.
Move to dismiss.
I've got a motion by Mr. Wood, second by Mr. Diaz, that council's recommendation be adopted and this complaint be dismissed. Let's vote. If you're in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no. Opinion of the chair, everybody voted aye. Motion passes unanimously. Number 17, Marcia.
Number 17 is a personal interest one. Let me look at this.
They're the same last name and thought they were related.
Oh, this was one where it looked like they should have realized instead of a form being given. Did they give a form?
The form was uploaded to the MLS listing.
Yes,
And it was available, but
Yeah.
somehow it didn't reach the complainant who submitted the offer. And the respondent is essentially saying, if you didn't get my personal disclosure, it's because your agent didn't give it to you.
Okay, so if I have a personal interest and I can't expect someone to extract from anywhere that personal interest. I need to provide it to them when there's a contract happening.
The way they explained it, having not ever been on an MLS platform, I don't know what it looks like to brokers, but it seemed to me they're explaining that whenever you pull up a listing, there's going to be a section for other licensees to click on it and see all of the documentation that's available for
Right.
that listing.
Right.
Their signed personal interest disclosure was uploaded to that documentation, available for any other licensee to take it, give it to their client. They're saying it was uploaded, the other agent didn't pull it, they didn't give it to the offerer. So that's why the complainant is saying, I didn't get this disclosure, but they're saying it was there and ready for anyone.
But that's the only way they offered it was in the MLS media, is what we call it.
I suppose so, because, I mean, this person wasn't, aside from the phone calls initially that came from complainant, they weren't representing complainant, they weren't really in communication with them, so I guess I don't know what they were supposed to have done otherwise, because you can't really go out and just preemptively hand out disclosures to people that may make an offer.
I would put it, I would, if somebody says, I disclose a personal interest, my husband's a builder and developer. When somebody calls me, I tell them then, before they even go out and see it. I want to make sure that I never slip up on that. And then when there's a contract, when we're negotiating a contract, I always have that attached to the contract. So there's never any doubt about a personal interest, since we're required to produce it.
If I, as an agent, am going to bring an offer to you, I go to the little thing and see what all the forms
Go to
that
media and
filled
look
out.
and see what all was there.
Well, I do.
Yeah.
And if that's in there.
You should. So it's
Well,
kind of
but-
lacking on both sides to me, really.
Well, if you're bringing the offer, though, you want as much forms signed as you possibly can. So, and if it's there, I don't see that this person has an issue. I think we ought to be dismissed as it is.
You want to make that motion?
I make the motion that we take the council's recommendation to dismiss.
I deserve a second. Second by Mr. Wood. Motion on the floor is to accept council's recommendation and dismiss this case. Discussion. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Bobby, we're back to number 20.
This is the one on the back of the
That was 70, okay.
on the back of the business card. It's saying, for buying, selling, financing, or refinancing, call me today. And what was the rationale to dismiss? Because I'm thinking, I mean, that gives the impression that they can refinance and all kinds of things.
Yes, I agree, and that was the basis of the complaint itself. In this situation, the affiliate broker said, my former PB approved it. The current principal broker said that was also the case and said, as soon as we got this, I realized they were using this card, pulled it, they're no longer using it. The next one they come up with, I'm going to be looking at before it gets out there.
But will we not agree the principal broker maybe was wrong when they told them this?
They may have been. They are no longer the principal broker. They're no longer even with that firm. It's a new principal broker who gave a supplemental answer to this
It's
complaint.
the principal broker when the act happens, regardless of whether they move to another office.
Yeah.
Right. But the complaint was brought against the affiliate broker. So essentially they're saying, former PB, they approved it. I did everything I was supposed to do. Now they're gone. Now the new PB is aware of the problematic business card and has stopped allowing the affiliate to use it.
A motion would be for a $500 civil penalty for improper advertising or inaccurate advertising.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Wood, second by Ms. Franks. Offer a $500 civil penalty for misleading advertising. So what part of that advertising don't you like?
Well, just the fact that talking about that
financing
and refinancing.
Well, could it be that you could have that on a card and they say, well, I need to get a loan, and you could refer them at that point to a lender?
Yeah, but I think when you're kind of lumping it in, I mean, it makes it sound for buying, selling, it makes it sound like, well, some of these things I really can do and some I can't. I mean, otherwise, go ahead and put in remodeling. I can marry you too. I mean,
appraisals.
Yeah.
I got it.
That's they lumped it in.
I got it.
Well, on the other hand, remember when we used to have that the business card was exempt from the advertising?
Anna just pointed
Still
that
is.
out. Yeah, I had it backwards. I thought they were expressly included. That's wrong. They are expressly excluded from advertisement. So, in light of that,
So then you can't have a misleading advertisement.
That's right.
should say that's what I was thinking the
That's
whole
a good
time.
question. That's a good point.
I'll go ahead and reaffirm my recommendation to dismiss.
Okay, then when motion is dismissed, yeah, that's what we need to
Withdraw
do.
it.
So I'll withdraw my other one, if that's okay.
Without objection, the motion on the floor is withdrawn. A new motion offered by Mr. Wood and seconded by Mr. Diaz will accept council's recommendation and dismiss this complaint. If you're in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 21, Diane.
And so is this, I'm just confused, is this a licensed real estate firm?
This is a real estate investor, and they are trying to buy properties. So in this case, the complainant continues to receive, like those obnoxious postcards in the mail saying, let me buy your home.
It says a real estate company calls back. So when they call the number on the solicitation, then a real estate company calls back.
I believe they have, at that point, they have a licensee step in and discuss the person's interest in selling.
So it's like a bait and switch. I'm sending out a thing that we're going to buy it, but then when you respond and you call, then a licensee's calling you back.
I don't know that it would
That's
be a bait and switch, especially if they're disclosing that they are a real estate licensee. It was my understanding that it's not the person sending the solicitation that is taking the call. I think that, well,
That
actually,
sounds like
I'd
a
have
bait
to pull
and
it up.
switch.
I'd have to look, but I don't know that it would be bait and switch as long as the licensee is disclosing their status as such, which all are required to do in a transaction. So if they tell them.
So is the phone number the real estate company, or they leave a message and the real estate a licensee calls back?
Yeah, I don't remember this. Can I have a minute to look up what the mailer was? I can't recall it off the top of my head.
Like a blind ad.
And the other thing too, are they buying for themselves or for their LLC?
It's like running an ad in the newspaper and putting this phone number there and not disclosing it goes to a licensee.
See, I like how you're thinking. I mean, it'd be a good way to get phone calls.
Yes, absolutely. We used to call them blind ads, and people would put a sign or they'd run an ad in a newspaper or send it out, and it would say, if you're interested in selling, call me. Then when it called, it went to a real estate company, but the advertisement did not say it was a real estate firm or licensee. So it was, I said bait and switch. Blind ad is a better term.
The phone number goes to the real estate investment company.
Okay, so that
Is
was
it an LLC?
But it's not a licensee.
They're not
No,
licensed.
They're just a
that was
buyer.
just the allegation of the complainant.
Yeah.
Cannot tell what kind of company it is.
But they don't have a licensee.
They're not licensed with us.
Correct. And they don't have a licensee that then calls back.
I think what it is they give them their number and then they have a real estate company maybe call them back. But the number does not go to the licensee. It goes to the unlicensed company.
Esther.
Yes.
I think they can do that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Motion
to approve council's recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Hill, seconded by Mr. Wood, that council's recommendation be adopted and this complaint be dismissed. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. And number 22, Bobby.
This was a complaint because they were doing radio ads and they weren't putting the office phone number in. And then apparently, I guess they got this complaint, and then they said, "Oops, our mistake," and then now they fixed it. And so, you were thinking because they fixed it, we shouldn't do anything?
Well, when they don't have a prior disciplinary history, and they do take action to correct it upon realizing the error, I would recommend that it be dismissed since there's no longer an ongoing issue.
Wanting to show them grace is what you're doing.
That is what I'm doing.
But I also think this. I mean, because really and truly, we could find them for every radio ad that they submitted.
I think that would be extreme, but
Yeah.
you could.
And I'm not saying that. I'm saying then my motion is for a $500 civil penalty for advertising violation. And to me, that's showing them grace too, not just completely dismissing it. So that would be my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, the motion is properly on the floor. Ms. Matlock, did you have something to add?
I was just going to add something about proving. We would have to prove every single time the ad ran, and that would be a very extensive process. So if
You just get it from the radio station.
Yeah, the radio station's got it because
They
they
got a log.
build them every
it's
time.
a little bit like if we were if this matter were to be sent out for. I'm not disagreeing with your civil penalty, but if we were to go down the route of finding someone for every single advertisement, it takes a lot more than just contacting the company for the radio station, just for your information in the future for these types of things.
All right, the motion, who seconded it? Marcia, you did. Okay, so the motion is properly on the floor. If passed, will offer this licensee of this firm, right, the firm,
Yes, it's the firm.
a $500 civil penalty. Discussion. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. All right, Ms. Bridges, take a break for a few minutes here. Ms. Matlock, does anybody want a break? Let's take a 10-minute break.
I think I need Coke or something. We used to have lunch breaks.
We did.
We used to.
But the problem was Austin picked lunch, so we can't go to lunch
I
no
know.
more.
We don't have lunch.
Do what?
Austin was the one that picked our lunch spot, so we just can't go to eat no more.
And we just follow into it.
What used to
have a
happen,
short
if you
meeting.
can imagine, like all those consent.
You know the chef, y'all ever watch the Food Channel? The chef, the lady that's from India,
You can imagine. We just knocked
and
out
she's opened 5
26
restaurants in
pieces
Nashville.
this morning.
Okay. 2019, number 27, 2019 013581, 28, 2019 013501, 29, 2019 013841, 30, 2019 014731, 31 is 2019 014721, 32, 2019 014991, 33, 2019 15981, 34, 2019 015771, 35, 2019 016621, 36, 2019 016821, and 37 is 2019 014481.
All right, commissioners, like to take anything out of that list?
2935.
Anyone else?
I have 35 also.
All right, is there a motion to approve council's recommendation, cases 27 through 37, with the exception of cases 29 and 35?
So moved.
Second. Motion by Ms. Hills, seconded by Ms. Franks. Discussion, let's vote. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 29, Bobby.
29, it says the respondent, the complainant says the respondent's advertising themselves as a real estate firm in selling property they don't own, and then they were asking, and then not only that, then they were asking for non-refundable earnest money, and then we sent a response to them, and they didn't respond. Now, they're not licensed. And then we're dismissing it because we said we can't prove it.
Dismissing it because were not advertising themselves as a real estate firm. They're a real estate property investment company, and they weren't advertising themselves as such. So the complainant was alleging that they were advertising them as a firm, but they're actually not.
So the advertisement,
Yes, I'm.
what
pulling
did the
that up.
advertisement say then?
Okay, hold on 1 second. The advertisement has the company name and a deadline to submit an offer and the price amount and what is being sold, and to call an individual that works at the company.
That company doesn't own the property.
Yes, they do own the property.
What's
The
the
LLC?
individual's involvement?
What is the who?
The individual's name, so it has an individual's name that says to contact?
The
It
complainant.
says to contact somebody that works for the company.
Company's not a licensed firm, and the person's not a licensee.
Correct.
Well, why would we dismiss it?
Is the company owns the property and they are selling the property?
Are they a C corp?
Are they a C? No.
That's LLC.
No,
Okay.
they're not.
But isn't that illegal then? Because if they're an LLC, they don't have an exemption with our state about selling their own stuff.
Funded is an unlicensed Tennessee limited liability company.
Mr. Wood, you've got the floor.
You guys do what you want.
Okay. Okay. I'd say it's a civil penalty of $1,000 for unlicensed activity.
Second.
All right, you've heard the motion offered by Mr. Wood, seconded by Ms. Franks. I've got that. Sometimes it spins a little bit before it catches. Yeah. Offer $1,000 civil penalty for unlicensed activity. Let's vote. If you're in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 35.
This is the one that they originally listed a house at a price, and then they realized they put it in the MLS wrong and relisted at another price, and then turned out listed it at a third different price.
Correct.
I just don't understand how you list it 3 different times at different prices. I mean, I can understand. I've seen people key punch stuff in wrong, but you don't.
They have dyslexia sometimes.
But you edit it. You can
Yeah,
edit
but-
it and make it right.
But it's real easy. If you list it, it's on your listing agreement what the
That is
price is.
signed
That's signed.
by the seller.
Which tells me they probably don't have a signed listing agreement if they don't know what the price is.
Right. Bam.
That concerns me.
So my understanding was that the price was incorrect and it was originally supposed to be 194 instead of 149, and they were contacted by the buyer that the price was wrong, but they didn't hear anything back in time, so they picked a different price.
Oh.
That's scary.
Which was also wrong.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't we dismiss that one?
Because I think the price was originally supposed to be 194. I think it's the third price. The middle price in between is the one that we're having an
There's
issue.
no guessing in this game. You have a signed listing agreement that has the price. You would never put in any number other than that you have a signature on.
Right. And that's a contract, so it's.
It's my understanding that this was a mistake. Several mistakes were made.
Because they sometimes suffer
They
from
all are. Everything comes
dyslexia.
before us.
Wait a minute.
It says it.
Dyslexia defense.
Well, I understand, but they didn't wake up and have dyslexia one day. They know they have dyslexia, so why wouldn't they double check their entries?
Or have someone.
Or have somebody double check. I mean,
So Bobby,
I sense a lack of sympathy for the
make a motion.
Respondent here.
I have had people
Question.
sign a listing agreement without the price being filled in because they have to think about it. It's not that I haven't recommended one, they have to think about it. So
This is cut and dry to me.
I certainly do fill it in, but.
Anybody can make a mistake and transpose some numbers, but why would you then change the price of 169.9 if the mistake was that it was supposed to be 194.9?
Before the nines.
Yeah, that's not transposing numbers.
Yeah.
Those are different numbers.
Bobby.
Okay, I'll make a motion, get it started. We'll for $1,000 civil penalty for not exercising reasonable skill and care, and a 4-hour contracts class that they don't get credit for.
Second.
Ms. Frank seconds that motion. Commission, would you like to discuss the motion? If not, let's vote. If you're in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion passes unanimously. All right, Kelsey, you had referenced represent that Bobby reviewed. Is now a good time to do that before we get into?
Sure, we could do it now.
Do you
Commissioner
think-
Wood, that homework
Yes.
that you sent me, is
Yes.
that the current version
Yes.
that you would like passed
Yes.
out? Okay,
Yes.
so we
Oh,
have
yeah.
copies of that.
Okay.
Bobby, you want to
Yeah,
give us a short version.
I'll tell you, and again, like I mentioned earlier, I have greater appreciation for what Kelsey and Anna are doing now after reading all this. There's a whole lot of information given, and
Remind us of the case.
Okay, it's okay. The issue was person listed a piece of property, and then at some point, and then the buyer was unrepresented. And that's what kind of threw a monkey wrench in a lot of our thinking. So the buyer was unrepresented, and then there became some tension between the buyer and I do believe that the agent, the listing agent, did tell the buyer that they were a facilitator. Okay, and so then the buyer was like, "Well, I want you to go take some more pictures of the house for me." And the buyer never saw the house when they went before they wrote the offer. And so they were wanting the agent to go make pictures. Well, the agent did go take some pictures, but they didn't like the pictures. They were too dark. They wanted to go back. Well, not the problem. The house was about 2 hours away from the agent. All right, so that was a little issue. And then also, too, the dollar value was low. So there wasn't a lot of incentive for the agent to get on their stick. The original complaint came against the broker. When there became a conflict between the buyer and the listing agent, the broker was on it. And the broker stepped in and did what we would want a broker to do. And they made the phone calls and tried to appease everybody. So I believe that we should dismiss the complaint against the broker. My issue was with the listing agent. And what the listing agent did, one part of the complaint was from the buyer. The buyer said that they really did not have a bound offer. Because, like you submit an offer, and then the seller signed the offer, and they had done it electronically. But then you look, and the buyer was said, "Here's my copy of the contract. I don't have a bound copy." And then, by the way, the seller never checked that they accepted the offer. They just signed it. It was never checked. Well, if they countered or whatever you did. Well, then the one that the listing agent presented to the real estate commission, it just happened to be checked that it was accepted, and you can tell it was done by a pen. Everything else was done electronically, but the pen had checked accepted, and then it looks like the similar handwriting, everything is what bound the contract to, which is the listing agent bound the contract. So that was fishy. And that was my real issue right there. And then the agent kept saying, and then my concern was, did they ever notify the seller that they were no longer representing them? And in her defense, she kept saying, "Yes, I told the buyer." And there's no doubt she told the buyer. The buyer knew it. But we could never find any proof that she told the seller, even though it was on the confirmation of agency. They signed it. But she has to give notice to the seller, "I'm no longer going to represent you." And it was fishy that notice was never given. So my feeling is we should dismiss it against the broker, but we should open a complaint against the listing agent.
Let's take this in two parts.
Okay.
Okay, the case number we're talking about is 2019-008581.
Yes, that is correct. And I'll just clarify, the complaint was technically open against the firm as a whole. That doesn't change anything, just for the record.
And she said something in it because in the complainant originally she couldn't find the agent or something, and that's not true. The agent was licensed, but
right. Yes,
yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Bobby cannot make a motion or vote on this. So is there a motion on the floor?
So I will make a motion to dismiss against the principal broker.
Okay, motion is to dismiss
Second.
case 2019-008581, made by Mr. Diaz, seconded by Ms. Franks. Discussion. Those in favor of that motion, please vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, vote no. The motion passes unanimously.
Make a motion that we administratively open a complaint against the listing agent in the case 2019-008581.
Is there a second to that motion? Clearly, that will have a different case number, but for reference purposes, it's good to have that in here. Okay, the motion is to administratively open a complaint against the listing agent, referenced in case 2019-008581. Discussion. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed vote no. That motion passes unanimously in both cases. Please let the record reflect that Mr. Wood did not participate in the vote. All right.
Thank you, Bobby, for doing
Bobby.
that.
Yeah, I think we'll keep you each time we have one of these from now on.
No, I've done mine. I've done mine.
All right,
Tuesday, we'll come back to me.
Ms. Bridges, we're to the legal report. See how we do.
Number one on the August legal report is 2019-013561. Complainant, a buyer, placed an offer on a property listed by respondent, a licensed real estate firm. Complainant alleged that respondent, or rather a designated agent affiliated with the respondent, failed to communicate their offer to the property seller, but within a few hours requested to withdraw their complaint based upon new information they received. Complainant was advised that departmental policy does not allow for withdrawals, but that a note would be saved in the file. Respondent did not provide an answer to the complaint. In the past, the Commission has routinely assessed a civil penalty of $1,000 for failing to answer a complaint in violation of Tennessee Code annotated 6213-313A2. However, in this particular situation, because the complainant attempted to withdraw their complaint just a few hours after it was submitted, Council recommends the Commission issue a letter of instruction.
Motion to accept council's recommendation.
Second.
Ms. Hills makes a motion to accept council's recommendation. Mr. Diaz seconds that motion. Discussion.
My feeling is it's still the same violation, even though, I mean, that just makes it even more of a knucklehead thing that they didn't respond. It's the same violation.
I just looked at it as if this person had just waited a couple hours, we wouldn't be here
Sure.
talking about
Sure.
this.
But the thing is, I think we need to get to the why they changed their mind or what happened.
So,
They didn't tell us why they wanted to withdraw. They just said, I just got new information. I need to withdraw this complaint.
so the complaint was filed. It made it to you. You sent out a request for response. And then she tried to withdraw the complaint?
No. So the way it works is it goes to our centralized complaints division, and they take care of sending it out and getting all responses, collecting everything for the file before it comes to legal. So the first time I looked at it, I saw the complaint filed. A couple hours later, they tried to withdraw the complaint. Centralized told them, you can't, but we'll save a note. And then the lack of response from the respondent. That's what was referred to me.
Let me ask you something. When that happens, do you then continue to read the complaint to see if they're, as the complaint read, find that there's
Yes,
something?
I do. And in this case, there wasn't anything more to it other than they thought the respondent didn't communicate their offer. I assumed the information they received is that they did, but they didn't tell us what the new information was.
So, and again, in terms of process, so it goes into that central complaint, and is it an automatic process, a request for response at that point? Is there some human intervention?
There's an automatic, it's not a computer system doing it, but yes, automatically a person will send the respondent a notice saying you've got 10 days to respond to this.
So the complaint
And if
is...
they don't, then it comes to us.
So they're required then, if the complaint is filed, they're required to go ahead and send that request for response out.
Yes.
They don't have the discretion to say, never
right,
mind.
Right. So I get a lot of these sometimes that'll come up to me where an individual wants to withdraw their complaint, and we can't do that, so we just go ahead and send it out for response just because that's the typical process that happens. But we still look at it. Mm-hmm. But I don't think in this case, if the person was not pursuing it, that a response we couldn't stop them from not sending a response or from taking that complaint back.
And it's the department's policy
Right.
that they
It's open,
cannot.
it's open. Yes, we don't.
Is there anything we could do? Is there anybody we could talk to about changing that? Because it does seem, I would love for I understand why you can't, okay? Why you can't just randomly pull things. But could we get somebody or two to sign off on it and then do it on a case by case? I guess I'm just going it from common sense standpoint. Why can't we just stop this?
I will say that sometimes individuals withdraw complaints. We don't know the reason. We usually don't have that quick of a turnaround. But later they'll talk to someone and maybe they'll want to withdraw a complaint. But we still review that complaint file, so we can still find violations. So I would discourage against from wanting to withdraw complaints because we don't know why or what happened there. So
sometimes it's because of a settlement reached outside of the complaint process, like private litigation.
But even if that happens, we still have the authority. There could still be a violation. So if I'm reviewing a file and I see that it's been withdrawn, I'm still going to review it just as it was beforehand. So that's the reason why we don't know that information if we withdraw it, especially before. I just think I can definitely talk to some about it, but that's how it goes for all of our boards and commissions.
But when they respond, I mean, it could, that's additional information. So when the respondent does respond, it could be something else that comes out.
Could be, but typically I'm not sure what happened in this situation here.
So when we sent it out for the response, we didn't say that the complainant attempted to withdraw, probably.
So when it's sent out for a response, you get a copy of the response, but I don't want to make an assumption. It's possible that the two individuals have spoken, knowing, like, hey, this person filed a complaint. They had a conversation about it. But I don't know. We don't have those facts. But a respondent is able to receive all the information that is communicated in a complaint file.
Regardless, licensees are required to respond when they are presented with a complaint.
That is accurate. Technically within 10 days is what the statute says, which I will note is a very short turnaround time.
We do grant
but most of them do.
extensions.
Most licensees do.
That is another place where we've always been pretty consistent.
All right, the floor is open for a motion.
I thought we had a motion, didn't we?
We had a motion
Oh, we
to,
did.
I think we did.
make the recommendation, but
Yeah.
certainly it
Who
can
made
be
the motion?
amended. I made the motion to accept council's recommendation.
Yeah, seconded, which is a letter of instruction. That's what's in front of us.
How about a substitute motion?
You
That
can-
$1,000 civil penalty for failure to respond.
Second.
So we have a substitute motion offered by Mr. Wood, seconded by Ms. Franks, that if passed would offer this licensee, it's actually a firm, right? We're talking about the firm. $1,000 civil penalty. Discussion on that motion.
Which, that's a little weird to me that I know there's a firm license and there's a affiliate license and a broker's license, but the firm, it's really the principal broker who responds for the firm. So I think that's always a little bit.
I agree. It's a weird process. Typically, the way that these respondents are identified is just by the complainant, and I won't say that sometimes they aren't just guessing. They don't know exactly who they want to file it against. I think I've seen before where occasionally Centralized might reach out to Anna and ask, hey, if they don't specify somebody, they'll ask, hey, who is this directed against? And Anna can help out there. But if they specify an entity or an individual, kind of like we were saying with the withdrawal process, we just have to take it and go forward with it. It's not really in our power to
The concern
alter it.
would be that, so if it's the principal broker who's really at fault here, it doesn't go in the principal broker's file. It goes in the firm file.
It would go in the firm file.
Okay. The motion is on the floor. $1,000 civil penalty if it passes. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. It passed unanimously. Number 2.
All right. Number 2 is 2019-013381. Complainant contracted with respondent, a licensed real estate firm, to manage their rental property. The property was already under a lease when respondent took over in 2014. Complainant alleges that in October 2018, when they decided to sell the property, also through respondent, they discovered their washer, dryer, and oven had been removed from the residence without any notice or compensation from respondent. In May 2018, complainant applied with their mortgage lender for a pre-foreclosure sale and asked respondent to list the property. Complainant received approval for the sale on August 17th, valid through October 4th. Respondent states that complainant failed to list any appliances that would be included with the rental property when they signed the agreement, and notes that they never warrant any appliance when the property rents for less than $1,000 a month. Respondent states there is no oven when they assumed management of the property in 2014, and thus it was not included in the 2015 rental. Respondent states that when they leased the property in 2015, there was a dishwasher, a washer, and a dryer, but no oven. This matches the lease agreement executed in 2015. It was discovered that at some point during the 3-year lease that the washer went out and the tenant replaced it themselves, but it is unclear what happened to the dryer and dishwasher. Respondent states they worked hard to help complainant sell the property so they could be relieved of the debt. Note because it was an as-is pre-foreclosure sale. Respondent also notes that the property was purchased in 2010, thus the appliances would have little to no value 8 years later. Finally, respondent provided a copy of an email from complainant sent after the complaint was filed, reiterating their concern about the appliances, but stating overall that they were very pleased with respondent services. While the appliances may have been of little value and would have been included in the sale of the property anyway, it seems odd that there would be no clear record of what happened to 2 large appliances. Council recommends a letter of warning regarding a respondent's duty of reasonable skill and care.
Move to accept council's recommendation.
Second.
Mr. Franks makes a motion to accept council's recommendation. Mr. Diaz seconds that motion. Discussion? Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 3.
Number 3 is 2019-015671. Complainant, anonymous, alleges respondent, a licensed affiliate broker, is advertising financing costs. Complainant provided an MLS listing made by respondent, which stated the following under public remarks. This move-in ready home can be yours today while interest rates are saving you almost $100 a month, and with a redacted mortgage, you can save up to $4,090 in closing costs, so don't wait, schedule your showing today. Notice of the complaint was delivered via email on March 1st, 2019, and to respondent's firm address on March 13th, 2019. Council also reached out to respondent via email on April 8th, 2019 to explain that even though the complaint was limited in context, a response was still required, and there was no response. Council does not believe the MLS listing constitutes an advertising violation, but recommends respondent be disciplined for failure to submit an answer to the complaint, and that's for a $1,000 civil penalty.
Move to accept council's recommendation.
Motion to accept council's recommendation. Ms. Taylor seconds that motion. Discussion? Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 4.
Number 4 is 2019-019901. Complainant, a property owner, contracted with respondent, a licensed real estate firm, to manage the rental of complainant's property. Complainant states they sent respondent a 30-day termination notice on November 19, 2018, in accordance with the terms of the management agreement, and requested that the funds in their reserve account be returned no later than 60 days from the date of termination. However, complainant received account statements from respondent in January and February, which showed respondent was still deducting management fees from the reserve account. Complainant states they allowed respondent some grace period since the termination notice was delivered around the holiday season, but on March 4th they sent an email stating that if they did not receive the funds plus the amounts wrongfully deducted, within 5 days they would have to file a complaint. Complainant did not receive the funds. An agent for respondent admitted that the complaint was valid and that they had a breakdown in their system, but they promised to resolve the issue within 48 hours. Shortly thereafter, complainant followed up and said that they received all funds they were owed and they had no further issues with respondent. Council recommends a letter of warning.
Do more have reasonable skill and care, because
It took 2 months to get the money back to them.
absolutely. And yeah.
Whether you have communication or not, as an agent and a licensee, you know what you're supposed to do with that money.
No, I think that's fair. The biggest reason I went with a letter of warning is because it is unusual for complainants to follow up when they're satisfied. So when they do, I give that a certain amount of weight. But yeah, I see where you all are coming from on this one.
I'd put a $500 in reasonable skill and care.
Second.
Is it reasonable skill and care, or do we have anything in particular that says you've got to remit somebody else's money in a certain period of time?
Yes, under the escrow rules.
21 days
47
from the request.
And then also on page 40, under 6213.312, subparagraph 5, failing within a reasonable time to amount for or to remit any money. owed.
Let's
Like that one.
institute that one instead of the other one.
Which one was it?
312, it's at the top of page 40, number 5. Feeling within a reasonable time to account for or to remit any monies coming into a licensee's possession that belong to others.
Well, Diane, you said 21 days. Is that somewhere
D5.
else, 21 days?
That's under the escrow.
Earnest money.
Okay.
Of course, that's what I had in my head, but I don't know why I had it in my head.
So Ms. Taylor's motion references getting money back to people at a reasonable period of
Yeah,
time.
on the page 40, that one.
And the civil penalty you suggest is $500.
Right.
And who seconded that? I'm sorry.
I think I did.
A couple of us did. Go ahead,
Okay,
Marcia.
Ms. Franks did. All right, discussion on the motion. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Number 5.
Number 5 is 2019-02-1151. Complainant is a licensee and represented the seller in a transaction involving respondent. Respondent, a licensed affiliate broker, represented the buyer. Complainant alleges that after the property went under contract, respondent quickly began advertising the property at a higher sales price on Craigslist in violation of the advertising rules. Complainant also alleges respondent makes no mention of being a real estate agent in the post. Complainant also claims that respondent's principal broker is the signatory for the property seller and there was no disclosure of this interest. In their answer to the complaint, respondent relies upon a Tennessee Supreme Court decision discussing the concept of equitable conversion, which states that when a person has equitable title on a property, they also assume all rights and liabilities that attach to that property. Equitable title vests when the buyer and seller agree to the terms and execute a purchase and sale agreement. Counsel agrees that a person with equitable title to a property typically receives all of the property rights that come with it unless the contract specifically provides otherwise, for example, the date of possession. Respondents stated they had advertised the property in accordance with their client's wishes. Counsel notes that the advertisement does not mention respondent's status as a licensee, nor does it contain any firm information. Respondent also denies that there was any disclosure violation. Respondent admits that their principal broker is a signatory for the seller, but they have no ownership interest in the business entity and only act as an attorney in fact. Thus, no written personal disclosure was required. My recommendation for this one was discuss because I think it raises a lot of unique issues. So why don't we just start there, and then I do have some more thoughts on it.
Issue 1.
Go.
I guess go ahead.
Okay, so
what are your concerns, counsel?
Well, I wanted to make sure we discuss this because I know that it looks pretty similar to some of our past discussions about options. And so I'll just state in this situation, I don't think, I do think they had the right to advertise the property because they had that equitable title. And the reason they had the equitable title was because the purchase and sale agreement was executed. In the case of options, there hasn't been a purchase and sale agreement executed, and that's sort of the missing link that gets you the right to the property. So I don't think there's any issue there, but I do have problems with the failure to disclose their status as a licensee on the Craigslist post, the failure to include the firm information on the Craigslist post. And then I'm also not sure if there isn't an issue with advertising a property for which another licensee is also advertising. I guess it just raises really weird questions about who is the owner, who is giving the authorization, because we've got two different people claiming it.
Then failure to disclose, and what was the other one?
Advertising.
They failed to disclose that they are a licensee, and then they failed to provide any firm information on the Craigslist ad.
I think in the advertising, I don't think they advertise, again, like you said, that they don't own the property. They can't really sell something until they own it, which is after closing, and that is a disclosure to me.
They have equitable title because they haven't closed. They don't own it yet.
Yeah, they don't own it.
That's where
Those are two different things, equitable title and ownership.
Yeah,
right.
Two different things. Yeah.
Well, but the person's got to understand that they don't really own that property that they're selling, that
They may not own it, but they control
They can buy
it.
the contract
They can control
or something.
it.
Yeah, they can, yeah.
Under that equitable conversion theory, which essentially says the law is going to treat what ought to be done as having been done, I do think that they have the right to advertise it.
So,
but that doesn't mean they aren't violating other rules.
So let me just follow up on what you think. So let's say it goes under contract for $100,000, and another licensee starts, before it closes, starts advertising it for $120,000. Do you think that other licensee has a right to show the property before it closed to the first buyer?
I think it would depend on the purchase and sale agreement and what the date of possession was. I think it would be unusual for them to have immediate possession, prior to closing. If they did, then yeah, I think they could show it. But I've never seen a contract where you get immediate possession before you even.
And you don't have written confirmation or proof of that they had that.
No.
I'm just talking conceptually now. For instance, I'm recently aware of a transaction where somebody bought the house for the sole purpose of using it for Airbnb. And so that investor wanted to immediately, the day of the contract, not the day of closing, start advertising it effective the day of closing. You're okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
So what about the sellers of the property who don't want everybody in the world looking at their furniture, fixtures, the location of the property prior to them not owning it anymore? That's just their tough luck?
That's a big reason I put discuss on here. I think that's an issue that's very unique to the real estate world. I would like the commission's input on that.
I think there should be some written confirmation of. There has to be an agreement. There has to be an agreement between the seller and the buyer of what is allowed.
That's like a special stipulations thing.
Special stipulation. That's what those blanks are for.
The purchase and sale isn't, unless you put in special stipulations, agreeing to be advertising.
Yes. That the buyer can show the property
where
and
the
advertise
listing
it.
does.
But they don't have the right. The other agent is in control here. They
have to
don't
be
have
given
the
that
right to
right.
show it to multiple people without. They're showing it basically to me under false pretenses. Now, I have had people buy a contract on a house from somebody else, and that's perfectly legal, and everybody knows what's going on. I just think this is kind of a under-the-radar sneaky thing as far
So
as
your
I'm
bed
concerned.
and breakfast starts taking reservations and starts taking money.
Right.
As long as they don't show up until.
And then I'm the first seller, and I decide my situation has
Don't go
changed,
through.
and I'm not
Yeah.
closing.
Yeah. It doesn't close. So where's that money?
No, but yeah.
Well, I mean, that's a hypothetical. And
I know, but
it's
we're
not
supposed to
before us.
protect the public.
I know.
Yeah, I also think about in this situation, the second buyer who probably closes just after the first buyer closes for 20 or 25% more is probably not going to be too pleased with anybody at that point because he's just made 25% more, or 30 or 40% more.
And they're the very
That's
ones
their
that
problem.
decide
Though.
not
I
to
mean, that's
close.
not illegal.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like, I guess,
Oh,
you know, what I'm trying to, a corporation, so, you know, the people moving in town, what's the word I'm looking for? Where the corporation buys the house from the seller, and so you have two closings in one, but everybody's informed. This is not informed.
Informed is the key word here.
Right. Mm-hmm. And I don't know what the deal.
Well, your legal opinion is equitable title exists.
In this situation, yes.
So you don't have an issue with the title or the fact that they're advertising it for resale. You do have a problem with the fact that they didn't disclose their position as an agent.
I have a problem with that. Yes, that they
Or their
didn't disclose
firm
that they're an
info.
agent, that they didn't disclose their firm information, and then the only other thing that I'm still kind of hung up on, and I apologize because I don't really have an answer for you, but is the rule that says no licensee shall advertise property listed by another licensee without written authorization from the property owner.
And did they have written authorization?
Not from the original owner. Yes, if we're going to say we've got the owner first and then we've got now an equitable title holder, they didn't have it from the
The
owner.
authorization has to come from the owner.
That's where my mind is going in this
So-
situation, that the original owner would have to approve it.
So having equitable interest until closing does not convey owner to you.
Well, it does and it does not. I mean, the law is going to treat, like, let's say if the property burned down or something, the person who signed that PSA to buy it, that's on them. In that situation, they're going to be deemed the owner, not the person who sold it. So it's a hard question to answer.
What did you say about it burning down?
It didn't. It just
No,
hypothetical.
because the contract, you have to have, I know, but you have to have insurance until it closes.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
usually in the
Yeah,
contract,
it's on
that they'll
you.
maintain
So,
insurance.
if we're looking at the rule language itself, I think the rule is contemplating your owner in a traditional sense, like we have in this situation, the original owner. I don't think the rule was meant to necessarily encompass equitable title holders, but I could not say that for sure.
Have a contract on a house, it's not yours yet, it's supposed to be yours if everything works out fine, but you can't do anything with that until it is yours. It's still owned by the first person. That's the way I see it.
The deed's in a trumpet.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So it's my recommendation that we kind of dodge the question of equitable title and what you can or can't do and focus on what we know is fact here.
What is wrong here?
So the advertising and non-disclosure of it being a licensee.
We know for sure that those are two violations, the firm and the failure to disclose status.
So would anyone care to make a motion related to those two violations?
I'll make a motion of a $500 civil penalty for advertising violations.
Second.
On the floor is a motion, if accepted, to offer a $500 civil penalty to the affiliate broker.
Do you not want to do anything about the failure to disclose?
If you want to amend that motion, you can go right ahead.
I've gone back and forth on that. I don't know. Because that would mean then the buyer, I mean, because this agent was representing the buyer, then the buyer saying to the agent, hey, go ahead and put it on the market.
I know that we have bought things from somebody. I mean, we have bought the contract from somebody where everybody
Signed it.
knew what was going on. But here, I don't know that the buyer, the original owner, knows what's going on.
Well, but
And
my
he
argument
guess
is
he doesn't
I
have
think
to.
the buyer, once they get a contract on it, they got control of it. And now if they had said to their agent, now go ahead and put it out there and let's try to sell it, I think they can do that because they have control of it. The question is, did they sign something? Because since they're in control of it, the buyer is the one that would have to give permission to the agent to list it.
But in
Wouldn't
this
it?
case, the buyer did give permission to list it.
Okay.
The original seller did not, but the buyer did.
But the buyer's in control of it now, though.
That is the argument, yes, that the buyer is in control.
Okay,
But
I'm
either
gonna
way,
stay with mine then.
but
In
either
other
way,
words,
the agent didn't disclose their license status in the
No.
advertisement, though. And I think that's what Ms. Fontaine is asking about the disclosure of their licensee status.
Yeah, that's not up for dispute. They didn't disclose on the Craigslist post that they're a licensee.
So it's failure to disclose their firm information.
Mm-hmm.
I got
$500.
advertising and
That's
that's
what it is.
Advertising violation.
$500 for each one. Is that okay, Bobby?
What were you saying, Fontaine?
$500 for advertising and $500 for failure to disclose their licensing. They were real estate.
I'm fine with that. If you want to amend that, I'm fine with that.
Okay, the motion on the floor at this point to offer the licensee a $1,000 civil penalty broken up into two parts. $500 to be considered an advertising violation and $500 to be considered a failure to disclose violation.
They were a real estate licensee.
Discussion. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 6.
Number 6 is 2019-021331. Complainant is a buyer and respondent is a broker. Complainant contacted respondent with interest in buying a property that fit the description of one of respondent's new listings. Respondent recommended the property to complainant and disclosed that it was their listing, so they would act as a facilitator. A confirmation of agency was signed by both parties, acknowledging that respondent was acting as a facilitator. The seller also initialed the area of the confirmation where respondent crossed out agent for the seller, seemingly confirming that they were aware of the status change. The sale ultimately did not go through as the purported seller did not have a clean title to the land. The seller only owned one half of the property. Complainant alleges that respondent knew about the problems with the title from the beginning and failed to disclose the issues. Complainant is upset that they paid for a survey to be done on the property when the respondent was already aware of the title defect. Complainant considers the seller to have breached the contract and has demanded the return of their earnest money deposit. Respondent states that they had no idea that there was a problem with the title to the property. When the seller contacted respondent about selling the land, respondent pulled the tax card, tax record, plat map, a copy of the deed from the county clerk, as well as a copy of the seller's divorce. Respondent says all of the documents show the land as being properly titled in the seller's name. On the same day that respondent agreed to list the property, complainant also came to respondent looking to buy some land to build on. Respondent told complainant about the new listing, and complainant was interested. Respondent agreed to act as a facilitator to both parties. The buyer and seller reached an agreement on February 19th for a closing date of March 28th. The parties agreed on the closing attorney and for the complainant, the buyer, to pay for their own title search and survey. Complainant paid an earnest money deposit of $500, and respondent claims that the closing attorney did not tell them about the title issue until March 4th. Respondent told both parties about the issue and that they were working with the attorney to clear everything up. On March 21st, respondent says complainant had instructed the lender to stop moving forward with the sales contract. Respondent included copies of the title search with their response. There's no evidence that respondent knew or should have known that there would be a problem with the title issue. However, it appears there was an issue with the handling of complainant's earnest money.
Let's stop right there, because it's really an earnest money problem.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who's holding the earnest money?
I believe that the respondent firm, or maybe not the broker specifically, but I believe the firm is holding the earnest money.
Okay. And was there, and it still seems that they've not come to the conclusion, was there demand made for the earnest money?
So the complainant never received a release form or anything like that to sign, but they did ask about it. They said, I think they sent them a text message asking about, where's the earnest money, didn't get a response, and then according to complainant, they didn't press the issue because they didn't want to rock the boat. They wanted to make sure their second transaction went through okay. It did, but they paid a second earnest money deposit on that one.
For a different property. So do you think there was 21 days that expired between when they said, give me the money, and then never hearing anything back?
At this point, they still haven't received the earnest money back. So it's been over 21 days.
Probably the reason, the thing about it is because they couldn't give clear title, they're due the earnest money back regardless.
Yeah.
Regardless.
The clear title issue, it's a husband and wife, and so one spouse's name is still on it, right? And the divorce decree, the agent said they got a copy of the seller's divorce. They're saying that they will sign it over to the other spouse, right? Is that what's?
I'm not sure exactly.
So if it's not done by the deed, it's still there.
I mean, I don't know exactly what led to the title defect. I think because there were divorce documents included in the title search that the respondent discussed, I do think that's probably what happened. But I don't know why they couldn't deliver good title, but they couldn't.
So you don't know that it was just the name. I mean that they only owned half.
It shouldn't make any difference if they couldn't give clear title. The earnest money cannot be.
Well, unless the other spouse didn't agree to it.
Well,
they don't have to agree to it. That's
the issue is the broker, whoever's got the money,
divorce
has got to do something.
They can't just sit
Yeah,
on
the
it.
Or
money's
interpleaded.
issue.
And they've just sat on it. That's the whole problem right there.
They were waiting
So,
for this divorced couple to figure it out,
Yeah.
probably.
Yeah. Well,
Or a
they got to
judge.
do
Then they
something.
closed on a different property
Yeah.
and paid another earnest money
Yeah.
deposit, and so this original transaction, I mean, it's dead.
Yeah.
So where's the money?
Yeah, yeah.
Motion.
Yes.
Motion to accept council's recommendation.
For what, though? Civil penalty for what?
For
$500 civil penalty.
But for
I,
what?
I'd li- I think it should be $1,000
For failure on
to
the
return the
funds.
earnest money.
Yeah.
That's like one of the biggest, worst things you can do in a real estate company is not return earnest money.
Mr. Diaz, you convinced, or you want to stick with 500?
I can accept the $1,000 civil penalty, failure to return earnest money.
Is that was your second, right?
Yes,
Okay.
second.
Motion by Mr. Diaz, seconded by Ms. Franks, that a $1,000 civil penalty be offered to this licensee. Discussion. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Number 7.
All right, number 7 is 2019-019851. Complainant is anonymous but appears to be a licensee, and respondent is a licensed affiliate broker. Complainant lists several perceived violations. Complainant claims that respondent is holding themselves out as a broker with the team and that they include the term realty as part of their team name. Complainant states their website lists contact information for a private office separate from the brokerage address on file with the commission. And further, they claim that the brokerage office address, which is also listed on the website, is wrong as the firm moved to a new location over a year ago. Complainant also alleges that respondent operates a separate unlicensed property management company. In response, respondent and their principal broker state that the private office referenced by complainant does not have any signage and is not open to the public. The website has been updated to reflect the correct brokerage address. The firm's license is current, and they are in compliance with current laws and rules with regard to physical office locations. Further, respondent's team does not contain the term realty, and the firm requires that all advertisements include specific language to show that they are brokered by the firm of record. Finally, the separate property management company was sold to another entity more than a year ago, and respondent is not involved with that company in any way. Counsel notes that in rebuttal, complainant states they did not intend for this to become a formal complaint. They were researching information about adopting a similar virtual office model, and they were told to file a complaint. By providing the office address, it could appear to the public that respondent is operating a branch office. However, there's no evidence that this office is open to the public. Based on the evidence presented, as well as respondent's lack of disciplinary history, it is recommended that respondent be issued a letter of warning, advising them to ensure their private office does not turn into essentially a branch or separate firm office without proper licensure.
Advertising an address, does that not invite that you come see us?
I think that it can, based.
I mean, so
Why
why
else
would you
would you
advertise it?
Right. I in this situation, I think the affiliate is just using it as a meeting place to meet with their clients because they're not exactly close to where
Because
the
they live
the,
in Knoxville
the firm
and they
is.
don't want to go to the office on West End Avenue that's a 10 by 10 room.
Or they have the one broker in
I-
Nashville.
I guess what I question is I don't know how that's necessarily different from a broker saying, "Hey, I'll meet you at Starbucks." I mean, it's just a meeting
You're
location.
not advertising.
You don't advertise.
But I'm meeting
Yeah.
everybody at Starbucks.
Yeah.
Sure. That's
I just think it's an unlicensed office. And, yeah. The fact that they advertised it is your,
Yeah, I mean, that's a deliberate choice
yeah.
to advertise.
Yeah.
So what is
I'd have to look at the
what is
thing
the
to-
law that pertains to, I guess,
Well, I mean, they're
offices?
not registering their office. And they don't have a broker.
So
They-
essentially, a
Page
branch
37.
a branch office, they have to have the same things
Requirements.
that a regular old firm office has to have. They have to have a principal broker, signage.
Pay the fees, register, yeah. $1,000, and I'll look to you for the code.
Well, it's all of 6213-309, and that whole thing talks about what you have to have an office.
6213-309.
And I'll second yours.
So the motion offered by Ms. Hill, second by Mr. Wood, would, if acceptable to commission, would offer a civil penalty of $1,000 for violation of 6213-309. All right, let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Could I just step out of this just for a second? So, let's say if we by rule and by statute, if we go into a real estate office, what should we find there at a minimum?
A principal broker who dedicates, their full time to supervising the office. The affiliates, their licenses are supposed to be posted on display. I know we've discussed that doesn't tend to be the practice anymore, that they're kept
it
in a
is.
file.
It's still a practice.
Okay.
This is still the law.
It's the
Good, because
law.
that's what the law says.
Yeah.
Yes, it says they have to be prominently
Otherwise, you're
displayed.
breaking the law.
You also have to have signage out front indicating that you are a real estate firm, and the name has to match what's on file with us. And any branch that opens up has to meet all of those same requirements.
Also, zoning letter, and it states adequate facilities for affiliates.
Let's just say we asked for an investigator to go check the headquarters of a virtual office. Those items would be on a checklist for him to see if they showed up, right?
Yes. I mean, I don't. I guess I need you to clarify what you mean by virtual office.
Well, I'm not sure what a virtual office is, but it works primarily in the cloud. But there's still got to be a physical branch, some physical office somewhere, right?
Right.
All those things.
Every firm has to have at least one office with all of those requirements.
So if an investigator went to that location, and I don't know how many virtual offices are in Tennessee, there may be hundreds, I don't know. But if he couldn't find those items you just listed, it'd be basis to file a complaint.
Yes.
Okay.
Go back in the days of the dinosaurs when I got my license, you had to have a desk and a phone for every two agents, every two licensees.
So that they could look at that big, thick book.
We had our meetings on Tuesdays because the books came out on Tuesdays.
This was really what the example when I brought up last month with the 50-mile rule. It wasn't that I was bringing up the 50-mile rule. It is the things that has stirred and made things happen like this. There are websites out there advertising addresses that are not registered with the state, and they're meeting and they're doing business with them and stuff. So so it wasn't the 50-mile rule. It was that those are the things that have.
It also goes to broker supervision. If the broker is only supervising the contracts and the agreements and the forms that are coming to them from the cloud, they're not, is that all the supervision that is required of a principal broker in the state of Tennessee? Just the paperwork?
And we're doing with all that. It just keeps mushrooming, even though that was the different frame from
How do
earlier.
they improve advertising?
Yes, it just keeps mushrooming. Just like I'm, in our area, we don't have the escrow account go to the title company, but other parts in the state, it's doing that. Well, I reached out to the accountant, our auditor, last week, and on something and about the auditing, and then it hit me. I was driving, I thought, so this first thing that I had, this first offer that I've had where it goes to the title company, and I called back and I said, that means if that goes to the title company, I'm out. So there's no sense in sending me an audit.
So
there are all sorts of things that are coming from this.
So I think also, Kelsey, we have maybe it's in the team section, a rule that says, or maybe statute, I'm not sure, that any agent associated with the firm has to be housed in at the same physical address as the company is registered.
I think you're right. I think that is under the rule specifically for the teams.
Because I think to me these guys are acknowledging a violation of that, at least in the narrative that I'm reading.
It says all team members got to be under the same broker.
But physically they can't have a separate building.
Business address.
It's got to be in the same address.
And Kelsey or Ms. Matlock, while you're looking at it, I'm looking at 6213.310, page 38. There's a subparagraph C says, the requirements of subsection A and B may be waived in cases of certain unusual geographic circumstances. So has there ever been an application of any kind like that where there's a geographical circumstances that are arisen or applied for a waiver? What does that look like?
I'm not sure of any waiver, but if someone was to request a waiver of some kind, we would probably bring it before you all to approve or not approve. I have not seen one since I've been here for an office location.
Yeah, no, we get zoning letter waiver request, which I think you guys saw one in June, but that's the only type of request that we've received that relates to the firm office.
Also, the team rules are on page 99.
It's under the first paragraph that says a team, group, or similar entity cannot establish a separate physical location other than the firm that is on record.
Case, as an example, it sounds like they've established a separate physical location. I don't care whether it's open to the public or not. It sounds like it's a separate physical.
I don't disagree with that.
Don't agree with it?
I don't disagree.
Oh, okay. It's okay either way. I was just curious what you said. But to the overall global point of virtual offices, the broker may be headquartered in Nashville, and across the state of Tennessee you can have 10,000 or 2,000 or 1,000 licensees, but they're headquartered or housed in separate buildings. Mm-hmm. If they meet the public or have a computer or a secretary, it's just I don't think they can do it. And this is to Commissioner McMullen's point last month that there are probably rules we have right now that will take care of things if we just had them enforced. Mm-hmm. Anyhow, I'm done. Did we vote on that yet or not?
Yes.
I thought we did.
We're on number 8.
But wait a minute.
So we need to add 1260-02-.41 to this, besides the 6213.309. Oh, and I would put another $1,000 on that.
So you want to go back and reconsider our action on?
Oh, that's right.
Or you can do an additional action.
That's all right.
Can she not do an
We
additional?
can go back and reconsider it, but Robert's Rules of Order is.
Yes.
I can include that specific citation without another vote. If you want additional penalty, there would need to be another vote.
Additional penalties. All right, let's move to number 7.
Okay.
Number 8.
Number 8.
Excuse
Number
me.
8. Okay, number 8 is 2019-020081. Complainant is an out-of-state consumer, and respondent is an unlicensed company based in Tennessee offering travel club memberships.
And this was just unlicensed activity, and we've got a recommendation of $1,000 civil penalty, and I just make the motion we agree with the council's recommendation.
Second. All right, you've heard the motion. Mr. Wood made it. Mr. Diaz seconded it. If you're in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Number 9.
This one is very similar. Would you like me to skip it?
Mr. Wood.
You read about you just read the first part. And
Number
you
9 is
make a motion.
2018-08-0771, and my recommendation was for a $1,000 civil penalty and language directing respondent to cease and desist for unlicensed activity.
Move to accept council's recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Wood, second by Mr. Diaz. The council's recommendation be adopted. Discussion. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 10, we have some represents, and without objection, we'll go to the new information.
Okay. Number 10 is 2018-082881, and the new information is as follows. Counsel for respondent raised 2 points. First, they state respondent did take action to correct the situation with complainant's client, the buyer. The buyer's utility bill was paid by the upstairs tenant from May through September, and in October, the condominium association assumed all utility accounts throughout the entire development. Therefore, respondent argues there is no financial harm to complainant's client. Respondent provided copies of the bill statements and check payments made by the upstairs tenant, and as noted in the original summary provided above, respondent did not consider the shared utility meter to be a concern and states that they never received a complaint about it formally or informally since the development was initiated in 2005. As such, respondent never considered the shared meters to be a quote-unquote adverse fact. Counsel for respondent points to the definition of adverse fact under Tennessee Code 6213-102, which states, adverse facts means conditions or occurrences generally recognized by competent licensees that have negative impact on the value of the real estate, significantly reduce the structural integrity of improvements to real property, or present a significant health risk to occupants of the property. Counsel agrees that the shared meters likely do not constitute an adverse fact according to this definition. It could still be argued that respondent failed to exercise reasonable skill and care in not mentioning the utility meters. However, in light of the corrective measures taken by respondent and the lack of harm to the buyer, counsel recommends this matter be dismissed.
To accept counsel's recommendation.
Mr. Diaz makes a motion to accept council's recommendation. Ms. Hill seconds it. I'm going to vote for the motion, but it irritates the living daylights out of me that they couldn't put this response in the original response. They have to wait until they offer a civil penalty for them to actually get their act together.
And just to be fair, I will take some of the fault on this one because, I mean, I think they're correct about that definition of adverse facts, and that's not something that I noticed when I originally presented it. And obviously, the biggest difference now is that the person hired an attorney who knew to make that argument, whereas they didn't.
But I look at it still as an adverse fact because if you buy something and your electricity is hooked to somebody else's electricity, there's going to be some money involved in getting another meter set up and the new wiring set up. So to me, that is an adverse fact that I would want remedied.
I may use more electricity than you.
Right.
I'm not going to accept the dismiss anyway, because if he says, okay, let's do reasonable skill and care, okay, let's do that, because truly there was an issue here that they were not given the whole information. So,
okay.
My thought is it's not a financial problem right now for the buyer, but if that person owns the property 10 years, then who's going to compensate them for the rest of that time? That was an adverse fact by not disclosing that.
The compensation
because
for
there's
what?
that person that one office condo is going to be paying the utility for the other one,
and then got to collect it.
At this point, the association is now in control of all of the utilities in the building and the development. And that there was something in the bylaws that were provided to the buyer initially that said something along the lines of there are certain shared aspects to this property. It didn't specifically state the water meter is shared, but it did allude to there being certain things like
but the
that.
Association's picking it up now.
Yes, now the association controls all of it.
Well, they've already gotten a letter that they know they got in trouble for doing this, right?
they're saying it was reasonable skill and care.
That was me. I just threw in there.
You said, you
know,
okay,
I think absent the adverse fact issue, we could still look at it as reasonable skill and care, but because it's been corrected and they took steps to relieve the owner, the buyer of that financial liability, that's why I recommended dismiss.
I still think they need to have a penalty for what.
This is that get forgiveness, not permission thing again.
So let's just, so we're clear, the motion on the floor is to dismiss. Ms. Taylor, if you'd like to make a substitute motion.
I would like to go back to what we had, our decision in the first place.
Okay, so
which was a commission, but $1,000 civil penalty for violation of Tennessee Code 6213-403,
Right, is there a second to Ms. Taylor's motion? Second to Ms. Taylor's motion to keep our original decision in place?
So, Ms. Taylor, our attorney's original recommendation was a $500 civil penalty. Could we do that instead of
Yes, that's
1,000?
fine, that's fine.
Second that?
Yes, I would second that.
All right, now on the floor is the motion offered by Ms. Taylor, second by Ms. Franks, that the civil penalty offered be $500. Discussion. If you're in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no. That motion passes unanimously. All right. Number 11.
Number 11, 2019-004391. The new information is, respondent did timely file an answer to the complaint, but for whatever reason, it was not copied to the complaint file. Respondent reviewed the document signed by complainant, including the purchase agreement, promissory note, and disclosure statement. Respondent states that complainant appeared competent at the time of the sale, and they have no reason to believe otherwise. However, as a gesture of goodwill, they agreed to cancel the purchase and provide complainant with a full refund. Therefore, the new recommendation is to dismiss.
Move to accept council's recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Taylor, I'm sorry, Ms. Franks, second by Ms. Taylor to accept council's recommendation and dismiss this complaint. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. And the motion passes unanimously. Number 12.
Number 12 is 2019-008781, and the new information is exactly the same as it is for number 13, 2019-008811. So I'll just read it once, if that's all right with the commission. All right. Upon drafting the consent order authorized by the commission, council realized that unlike licensees under the Broker License Act, there is no requirement that a timeshare salesperson submit an answer to a complaint filed against them under the Timeshare Act. The related complaint, which was filed against the real estate firm where respondent is affiliated as a timeshare salesperson, was dismissed. Therefore, council also recommends that this matter be dismissed.
Move to accept council's recommendation.
Second.
Ms. Taylor makes a, I'm sorry, Ms. Franks makes a motion, Ms. Taylor seconds is to dismiss both 12 and 13 per council's recommendation. Discussion.
Did you read 13's number? Did you read 13's
You
number?
did. I can read it again.
I didn't realize you did. Okay.
Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Number 14.
Okay, number 14 is 2019-006121. New information is upon receipt of the consent order, respondent reached out to legal counsel with a copy of the personal interest disclosure signed by all parties. Respondent states they sent the unexecuted copy in error. Respondent also provided a copy of the residential property exemption notification signed by the buyer. It appears respondent received written confirmation, complainant received written, all of the disclosures received written confirmation. Therefore, my recommendation is to dismiss.
Move to accept council's recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Franks, seconded by Mr. Diaz. The council's recommendation be adopted. This complaint be dismissed. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Bridges. Ms. Matlock.
Number 15 is 2019-013481. Complainant is a Tennessee home seller. Respondent is a licensed firm. Complainant alleges they contracted with respondent to purchase a home contingent to selling their property. Complainant states their property did not sell and the contract expired on October 11, 2018. Complainant contacted respondent to return their deposit and respondent has failed to return the money or respond to complainant. Respondent answered the complaint through their principal broker, stating complainant failed to answer their emails. Respondent states they did not feel comfortable sending the earnest money to the complainant's address, which respondent claims is in another country. Respondent states they attempted to contact complainant's daughter, but did not receive a response. Respondent states complainant had respondent's phone number, and they could have easily let respondent know where they were, and does not understand why this complaint came through the commission. Respondent states they can send the check to the address listed on the complaint summary. Complainant sent a rebuttal providing a copy of an email sent to respondent on October 17, 2018, with the United States postal address requesting the earnest money deposit. Council recommends recommends a consent order requiring respondent to immediately remit complainant's earnest money and assessment of a $500 civil penalty for violation of TCA 6213-312-5 for failing within a reasonable time to account for or remit any monies coming into respondent's possession that belongs to others. So my recommendation is a $500 civil penalty. And that should be, 6213-312-B5.
Motion to accept council's recommendation.
Well, now, wait, have we?
Well, we got some motions on the floor to accept council's recommendation by Ms. Hills, seconded by Mr. Diaz. Ms. Franks.
So, haven't we had others today that it was $1,000, not $500? When there was failure to return earnest money?
I was thinking the same thing.
Well, I'm thinking since October 2018,
Yes.
they haven't gotten it.
Yeah.
Is that?
I'm good.
Can we amend it to $1,000 then?
Yes.
Okay, the motion has been amended to a $1,000 civil penalty. Discussion on that motion. Let's
Seconded
vote.
that motion?
Pardon me?
Who made the, oh, okay, it's just, okay.
Oh, who do you have, Franks and Hills?
That's fine.
Diane made the motion, and then.
Yes,
Jeff,
yes.
are you okay with that?
Yes.
So keep the maker of the motion
Okay.
second.
Yeah.
All right, let's vote. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion passes unanimously.
This or skip to the recommendation for these
To the
two?
recommendation.
Fantastic.
And make the
Okay.
same recommendation for number 17. as
I'll just
well.
read both of them into the numbers in.
Please.
2019-01-7491, 2019-01-7501, and my recommendation for both of those is for litigation monitoring.
Move to accept council's recommendation.
Franks makes a motion, Mr. Diaz seconds. The motion is to accept council's recommendation on both 16 and 17. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye. Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 18.
Number 18, 2019-018-141. Complainant is a Tennessee landlord. Respondent is an unlicensed individual. Complainant alleges they purchased a home from respondent as a rental property, and respondent advertised themselves as a real estate agent and engages in selling wholesale residential properties. Complainant also states respondent served as a manager for 2 years. Complainant states respondent stole tenants' security deposits of $500, claiming they needed to fix the repair. Complainant also states respondent offered to scam insurance so that complainant could reclaim the cost of the fake repair. Complainant states they later found out respondent is unlicensed. Respondent did not answer the complaint. Counsel reached out to address and to the address and phone number provided for respondent in an attempt to locate respondent. However, counsel was informed that the address provided for respondent is incorrect and respondent has never worked for this company. Since complainant is out of the country, counsel reached out to the witness provided on the complaint, who is a licensed principal broker of a property management firm. The witness confirmed the report of complainant and the assertion that respondent is not licensed and is engaged in unlicensed property management. Therefore, counsel recommends respondent be assessed a $1,000 civil penalty for unlicensed activity.
How do we let them know?
So an update to this complaint, we found the respondent's address since then.
Move to accept council's recommendation.
Motion by Ms. Frank, second by Ms. Hills. The council's recommendation be adopted, and this unlicensed person be offered a $1,000 civil penalty for unlicensed activity. If you're in favor of that motion, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 19.
2019-01-8201. Complainant is a licensee. Respondent is an affiliate broker. Complainant states respondent's phone number is listed on for sale by owner on a property in Tennessee, and respondent is not the owner. Complainant reached out to respondent, and respondent stated their client did not want the property listed on the MLS, so they are taking the calls. Complainant alleges this is false marketing of property. Complainant provides an image that states for sale by owner and info, call a telephone number. Respondent answered the complaint through their attorney. Respondent states in January 2019, the seller spoke to respondent about listing their property. Respondent states they have listed several properties for the seller in the past. Respondent states during During discussions with seller, the seller requested respondent to not list the property on the MLS, but allow the seller to place a for sale by owner sign in the property with the respondent's phone number because the seller did not want people in and out of the home for showings. Respondent's attorney states that prior to drafting the listing agreement and placing the sign in the yard, respondent discussed the request with their principal broker. Respondent alleges their principal broker advised respondent that as long as the seller's request was included on the listing agreement, it was okay. On January 15, 2019, respondent and seller entered into an exclusive right to selling listing agreement with the special stipulation alleged on the complaint. Respondent's attorney states respondent received numerous phone calls concerning the property, and at the beginning of each call, respondent disclosed they were a real estate licensee and listing agent for the property. Respondent states they were simply following the instructions and wishes of their client, but now understand they made a mistake and should not have placed the FSBO sign with their number at the property. Respondent states immediately receiving the complaint, they removed the sign and will never do this again. Respondent's attorney states they have no prior discipline with Trek, and if the commission deems necessary, in lieu of a civil penalty, they would accept continuing education. Counsel recommends a $500 civil penalty for violations of Tennessee Code Annotated 6213-31220 and the rules for 126002-.121, 3A, 3B, and 3F. Counsel recommends also that an administrative complaint be opened against the principal broker for failure to supervise.
Commissioners.
Move to accept council's recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Frank, seconded by Mr. Diaz, that council's recommendation be adopted.
May I ask you a question?
Sure.
Is it $500 per each or just the one $500?
That is up to you for right now. It's just for the for all of them together.
$500 for all of them?
Yes.
I would up that then.
Okay with that?
No, I think if they've done, no, I'd make it, the least you can do is $250, right?
I'm sorry?
Is the least you can do $250 per?
So it's it's $0 to $100.
0 to
0 to
100.
1,000.
All right,
I'm
well,
sorry.
I think we need to up it. You've got three things, and I would make it at least $600 or something, $200 for violation or something.
$20 for each occurrence. Each violation,
Yeah.
200. That's awful low.
It is awful low.
Mr. Wood?
Yeah. And so we'll make sure we got the three things. So what were our violations again?
So, sorry, the violations were for 31220.
What is that?
Just tell me what it is.
Sorry. It's any conduct, whether the same or different character from the specified in the subsection that constitutes improper, fraudulent, or dishonest dealing. That's 31220. And then the rules are for advertising violations.
Advertising. Okay.
And I would recommend that if we are going to do a civil penalty, that if you wanted to do it for separate, it would be for one for 312 and then one for the advertising violations. Just two,
Okay.
not one per each.
Okay. I kind of think this was my thought would be this. I would probably do 1,000 on each one of those things, but being dishonest, and then also advertising, and then also I'd like to give them what they requested with some education,
Yes.
and so I would like to make it a 4-hour contracts class also that they don't get credit for.
Second.
But do we already have a motion?
Well, we can call that a substitute motion.
Okay.
Unless you're okay with it.
No, I'm fine. That's fine.
Okay, the motion on the floor, and I don't care who takes credit for it, is a $2,000 civil penalty and a 4-hour contracts course.
Well, who seconded it then?
I did.
Okay.
So who are you giving credit to the motion? Bobby's got the motion. Marcia's got the second. We're going to vote $2,000 civil penalty and 4-hour contract course. Discussion.
My question is for I asked for an administrative complaint.
And we're going to get to that
Okay.
in just a second. So that's the motion on the floor. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Council also recommended that an administrative complaint be opened against the principal broker. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Diaz, second by Ms. Franks, that indeed happened. Discussion. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Anything else, Ms. Matlock?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Ms. Bridges, I didn't get to ask you. Do you have anything else?
Nope, I'm good.
All right. Commission discussion. The only thing I see on here is to elect a chair and vice chair for the next year.
John Grease for the chair and Marcia, let's do it one at a time.
You can do it any way you want to.
And Marcia Franks is the vice chair.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to re-elect the current chair and vice chair.
That's fine.
Now, the floor is open for other nominations. All right, let's vote. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. And on behalf of myself, I think I thank you all again.
Thank you.
But I am honored to work up here and have Marcia as vice chair.
Thank you, everybody.
Pretty soon, she's going to be a national celebrity. And well-deserved, I might add. Caitlin, anything else?
Nothing else. Thanks, everyone.
All right, commissioners, if you've got any final words, let's hear them.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I hope I can properly communicate this question. All right, so you've got a firm representing a buyer. Can that firm have a policy that dictates where the earnest money goes? Okay? In other words, sellers they want earnest money to go to a title company or wherever. Can the buyer's firm dictate where the earnest money goes? And they have a policy that dictates that.
I would guess the contract dictates it.
Where they
So
negotiate.
if it's not in the contract, if in the contract, the seller says, we want the earnest money to go to X title company, okay? But then the buyer's agency representing the buyer, they say, no, it's our policy that if the earnest money is over $100, it has to go into the brokerage escrow account or into our own escrow account. Can they have a policy that dictates that?
Purchase and sales between
don't they
the buyer
effectively
and
then
seller.
become a party to the contract?
Purchase and sales between the buyer and seller.
Right.
We're down there below the signatures identifying who's involved, but it's between
So is there
buyer
any
and seller.
rule that would address that?
Well, you can have your own company rule, but that still would be a negotiable item.
To
Between
me,
the buyer and the seller.
because
Right.
I came across this just shortly ago, as a matter of fact, the buyers stipulated who the title company would be and who the earnest money would be held with, and to me, that's
I'm representing the seller. I want the earnest money to be in my
Control.
wherever, my control.
Your
right?
seller's
That's the
control.
purpose of earnest money anyway, right? I mean,
Right.
Or trust money. But the buyer side is saying no. If your brokerage doesn't have an escrow account and they're not accepting earnest money, and you want it to go to a title company, it's our policy that we have to keep it then.
My guess is it's probably addressed in RESPA. I don't think we address it in the Real Estate Commission. But I bet you RESPA says a disinterested third party can't dictate terms of a contract. I don't know that, but I would guess that.
the buyer picks their own closing attorney and all of that, so the closing attorney usually picks who the title company is and that sort of thing.
But that, that is things are changing
Yeah,
in
they
that.
are. Well,
if the earnest
understand
money's in my escrow account, then I've got the control of whether to disperse it or interpolate it. If it's in the control of a title company, we have no control.
Right, that's kind
Or
of
an
a separate
attorney,
issue, I
we have
think.
no
And it
control.
doesn't match the purchase and sale.
Well, it should. It should match the purchase
But
and
it's,
sale.
but if that, because you can't make the title company, return it.
Well,
They
you-
don't
Oh,
have the
I know.
same rules we have.
I know.
Well, usually in the listing agreement, it says, in the MLS, when you put it in, who's going to hold that earnest money.
Ours
That's-
doesn't.
Ours doesn't.
Ours does. Yeah. But anyway, I think the buyer should be.
What else, Rick?
What I think.
So we didn't answer that
What I
question.
think-
What about the next
Problem
one?
of the week. That's what we should do, problem of the week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bobby,
We all have them.
comments?
Yeah, I'll just
a couple things. One, I mean, we've had some guests here today. I know Denise Martin, and they're Clarksville, if I'm not mistaken. Everybody's from Clarksville up there, and I've told them when I've taught in different places, I tell them, hey, you can come to Nashville, you can get CE credit, and in spite of all that, they came anyway and came here today, and so we're glad to have people here, and thank y'all. The other thing we got going on in Wilson County, like the greatest county fair is getting ready to start this coming Friday on the 16th. And so it's the 16th to the 24th. And so if you ever want to go to what would be Mayberry or Andy Griffith kind of county fair, come to the Wilson County Fair, because that's the most awesome fair.
Now, what's the date on it again?
The 16th to the 24th. And I got season passes, so I'll be there a lot of times. So y'all just come on out. That's where we eat dinner now.
Are you at a particular event there?
No. I just go and eat. No. I just go eat and then go
Are
look
you
at
the
the
pie
cows.
judge or the
No, I'm nothing. But I am quite qualified to be a pie judge, and I'm willing if they want to call me. So, but and then the other thing I say, I mean, we're glad to have John here with us, and he'll learn eventually to quit talking so much so the meeting won't go so long. But we're glad to have you with us.
Thank you.
Fontaine.
Oh, well, I've enjoyed the meeting today, and I think we learned a lot today. We had a lot of different things that we talked about that needed talking about, and that's always interesting.
What did you think about the room temperature?
I think it's freezing in here.
Okay. Just wanted to check.
That's better than hot.
Make sure I read your body language correctly. Jeff? Diane?
Good, and just welcome John.
Arsha?
John, you remind me of I told my grandson as he's starting school, now sit back and just watch and be quiet and see who the problem makers are, and then don't affiliate with those problem makers. So I think his mama may have told him that long ago, too.
Well, that's all of us, Miss Franks. I think that's all of us.
I did want to say thank you to Aaron for keeping us supplied with coffee today.
Way to go, Aaron.
Good man.
So, two things. First of all, congratulations again. I mean, that's a heck of a recognition. That you're the best in the country. It's not the country; it's countries.
It's not the best either.
It is the best.
It's the person that would do it.
No, well, you are the best then. But you'll do it with enthusiasm and commitment, and that says a lot about you. A lot of you. Congratulations on that. When are you coming back officially full time, Caitlin?
October.
So we can't call you until October.
You can call me.
It's what
a very.
What about the September meeting?
I'll be at the September meeting. So yeah, there's about 6 days that I'm working over the course of the next couple months, and I'll be at the October meeting.
Publicly hadn't said how good little Annie's doing.
Doing great. She's doing great.
Has it been a tough day today? Because you looked a little bored to me at one point.
Bored. My mind might be elsewhere, but
she's watching the baby cam.
Anyhow, congratulations, and on behalf of this whole commission, thank your staff. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Kelsey. You guys are killing it right now. We hear complaints, but I just go right back at them with 40,000 licensees before we even get to applicants and to the public, and for 10 people doing a great job. All right, friends, please drive safely. Appreciate your participation. We'll see you next month.
Thank you.
Maybe I can rent this.
Oh, it's John.